Supervisors. And my name is, are we not the Board of Supervisors? Okay, good. People don't usually have any problems hearing me, but let me know if there's a problem. My name is Patrice Horseman. I'm chair of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
And District number 4.
Yate Abene, good morning for being here today. It's going to be a good day, long day, but Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor.
And District 5 Supervisor, Lena Fowler is in Washington, D.C. on the county's behalf. So she is not with us today, and we will miss her insight and input and look forward to her attendance at our next meeting. So with that, members of the board, it is time for us to honor our country. For those that can, please stand so we can say the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, and we are proceeding this morning. Our next item is the call to the public, and those that are in attendance here and those that may be online for our board meeting. Now is the time for you as a member of the public to be able to address Board of Supervisors, to bring up any questions, comments that you might have, any concerns that you might have for items that are not specifically set forth on the agenda. And this is a public meeting, so we ask that you remain courteous and professional in your addressing of the board and in your public statements. We ask that you keep your statements to 3 minutes. Because we are under the Arizona open meeting law, we are not allowed to respond or have a discussion on these items, but we can refer them to our staff for further follow-up and or put them on an upcoming board meeting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our clerk, our mighty clerk, who keeps us all in line to explain about the call to the public.
Thank you, Chair Horson. At this time, if there's anyone here that would like to provide a comment, we have comment cards by the door on the table, or you can make your way up to the podium. We don't have a whole lot of people in the room today, so you can make your way up to the podium. We'll provide 3 minutes. If you could state your name and address for our minutes. If you're watching from the YouTube stream, you can email to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov, and we will receive your comment that way. And it looks like we don't have anyone in the room that wants to do a comment, and we do not have anything in our inbox for comments as well, Chair.
All right, this is the last call. Members of the public, now is your time to be able to address the board.
We have no comments, Chair.
All right, very good. Well, then we're going to move on. And we have with us some extremely hardworking members here in the county who have been diligently working on and going out into our community for input and for the creation of our comprehensive plan. As I think the public knows, because we've been talking about it for a long time, every 10 years, the county reviews and updates its existing comprehensive plan. We get extensive community input and involvement in this because it is our roadmap here on the Board of Supervisors for the future and for the development here in Coconino County. So it's extremely important. It's important for all of us to be involved in it and for all of us to be heard. And right now, we have work study session on the draft update of the comprehensive plan from community development. And I think our long-range planner, Melissa Shaw, is going to address us first. So thank you for being with us, Melissa.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Good morning, Supervisors. Melissa Shaw with Community Development Department. And we will continue with our review of the county's comprehensive plan update. And just to give a little bit of an overview, this is actually a two-part work session this morning. We'll talk about the comprehensive plan and then leave time at the end for discussion on zoning code update regarding accessory dwelling units, and Jess will be giving that portion of your presentation. This work session follows the Planning and Zoning Commission's public hearing on the comprehensive plan. So just so you know, on September 24th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing, and they did recommend approval to you, and which will be coming back at your public hearing on November 18th. So, but with that, then we'll continue where we left off. So we met with you last September, about a month ago, and we started to review all of the comments that we received during the 60-day public review period. We wanted to give a chance to finish up any comments that we didn't discuss. We also were going to give another quick overview of the plans, goals, and policies, and the implementation plan. And then finally, we'll talk about the comments that we received during that September work session and then the commission hearing, and let you know how that was referred on to you for your next month's hearing. And so we'll start with just a quick overview. Again, you've seen these comments that we received specifically from the Arizona State Land Department, from the town of Tusayan, and an individual, Sean Golaher. And you have the letters in your packet. But just briefly, State Lands sent us several comments. They sent a table of comments. We've addressed each one. We met with State Lands and then sent them back a letter addressing each comment. I guess in summary, one of their main issues was to make very certain that the plan recognizes State Lands as not public land, but it is held in trust for their beneficiaries. And so we made some clarifications about that. They also had questions about whether or not this plan has a future land use map. And as you know, we do not have a future land use map for the county. We have an existing conditions or an existing land use map, but it's not a future land use map. Our goals and policies do apply, though, for development in the future. So we clarified that with State Land. And I think I'll just pause on each one, and if there was anything that any of you saw, any comment from State Land that you maybe wanted more clarification on, we can talk about that.
Members of the board, any comments, questions? Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. And then also with the town of Tusayan, they have sent a letter, and their primary comment was that they had concerns with ongoing development in the Valley area, and how that's impacting their emergency services. So we sent them a letter back, and we pointed out the goals and policies that support coordinated emergency services, and how each time a development is coming forward for approval, we're making sure that fire and emergency services are a condition of approval. So again, if there's any questions or particular comments that you'd like to talk about in regard to the town of Tusayan, we can pause. Thank you.
Not necessarily Tusayan, but I know we've had some ongoing discussions to talk about fire and emergency response capacity, and poor Jess has had to listen to me over and over again, but I'm sure this will be an ongoing discussion that we will have. So thanks.
Thank you. It is, and it's obviously a theme, if you will, throughout the comprehensive plan this time. So then finally, there was an individual, Sean Goller, who sent a letter. He raised many points on several chapters throughout the plan. We've incorporated some of his recommended changes, and others we did not. But again, there was a detailed response letter back, and if you have any comments, we can look at those now.
You know, I know Supervisor Fowler also made quite a few comments, and I think she provided some input to you. I'm assuming that those also were added to the plan, so, or at least appropriate where appropriate, of course.
Thank you. Yes, they have been, and we have those detailed in a few slides later on, because we got comments from her during your last work session. So we have a very detailed slide that shows you all the comments. We'll get to that in a
And
moment.
I'm not gonna say anything further. Please proceed.
So those were the follow-up comments to the 60-day review. And if you remember, the 60-day review is a required by statute that we put the plan out for 60 days. So those were the primary comments that we heard. And then these are, again, slides that you've seen, but I thought I would run through them fairly quickly. The shared values, this plan is organized a bit differently from the current plan. It's organized based on shared values, the quality of rural lifestyle, being stewards of the natural environment, and that we value diverse communities and services. So again, these are kind of the main themes that arose out of all the public outreach. And so then the shared values translate into not just how the plan is organized, but into the core planning priorities, if you will. And so we have written these so that one of the planning priorities is to maintain the county's rural character and lifestyle by managing growth and development that strives to provide opportunities for economic vitality and also accessible housing. A second core planning priority is to protect the natural environment, and that includes water quality, water supply, and to restore forest health. And then the third one would be to provide and to continue to provide responsive public and emergency services and infrastructure to the county's diverse communities. And again, you've seen these, we'll go through these fairly quickly, but we wanted to give another opportunity to pause if you have specific questions about the goal and policy details. So again, one of the sections that this plan is organized into is called the rural lifestyle, and it follows that value to the value of a vibrant county economy with diverse, accessible housing to support the integrity and sustainability of our rural community lifestyle. And then there are vision statements that go along with that are keyed in to that rural lifestyle value. And then the goals and policies. So there are 3 chapters in this section: land use, growth, and development, with 6 goals. The circulation and transportation chapter has 6 main goals. And then the resilient economies and housing chapter has 8 goals. And so I thought we would just briefly go through the policy focus for each chapter. So then we can just really understand and think more about how those policies are focused on, in this case, land use. So the policies, and this is not verbatim, the policies are, because there are more policies than we want to read through today, but they focus on locating higher density development, making sure they're near rural centers that have services. And the rural residential density then is located further out from those centers where there are fewer services. The policies focus on locating regional commercial uses, resort developments, industrial uses, again, in areas with public roads and services. We're encouraging subdivisions over the land division process to make a better coordination of that type of land development. Promoting conservation of large ranches and discouraging fragmented land uses. That's another focus of the policies. And then finally, to maintain federally owned or managed public lands as open space. So in a nutshell, that is the focus of the different policies in the land use section. And if you like, I can pause after each chapter and see if you have any questions in particular.
Nobody's shy up here. If they have a
Okay,
question, I'm sure
right.
they'll interrupt.
We'll continue on then.
See, I told you. Right here. Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. I was just curious, when we're looking at and talking about our rural lifestyle, I assume we're talking about everybody that lives in the unincorporated areas. What's the population of the unincorporated areas of Coconino County?
Thank you for that question. The current population of the entire county, including all of the municipalities, is about 149, probably closer to 150,000 at this point. And in Flagstaff, that's about 79,000 live in the city of Flagstaff. So I have to do some quick math, and the balance would be about 60,000 in the rural areas. But we have the detail in the plan about the different municipalities. So when you start to subtract Page and Williams from that total, then it is considerably less than what live in the regional plan area, if you will. But
Was it safe to say about 40,000 people?
I'd say closer to 45,000.
45,000?
Yeah, I will. The detail is in the plan. We can look that up.
No problem. I'm just trying to grip my mind around on that aspect of it, because a lot of this only impacts them, whereas the municipalities will have their growth under their jurisdiction. And so just to get an idea of how many folks we're talking about in the county when we make these land use decisions.
But just to add to the confusion,
Mm-hmm.
Flagstaff Regional Plan takes in the greater Flagstaff area, not just within the municipality of Flagstaff. So, and I don't know what is the percentage or the population of the greater Flagstaff area, because I think that's important to also consider.
Right, and if you gave me a moment, I will find that detail. It's in the plan, but then recall that, or remember that the comprehensive plan also applies within the Flagstaff region to those communities of Belmont, Donny Park, Kachina, Mountain Air, and Route 180, the 180 corridor. So that is a concentrated population center. So when you look at just the unincorporated portions of the county, it does include those areas within the Flagstaff region. So that population would be closer to 60 or 70,000 when you include those areas. I will remember that and make sure we have that on a slide in the future. Thank you. Any other questions on rural lifestyle?
Supervisor Begay.
I'm glad you're going to be doing a slide on that because I think that's very important, you know, when we discuss land issues or land planning or whatever. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The next chapter that we have in the plan is circulation and transportation transportation is intricately linked to land use. So we plan for land use, but need to provide that transportation infrastructure. And so they work hand in hand together. And then the focus and the policies are to coordinate transportation planning and at the same time minimize environmental impacts. And the policies in the plan heavily prioritize road safety. So you'll see that that is written throughout those policy statements. There's also a focus on funding for circulation improvements, including using developer contributions, giving ongoing support for existing and looking for new funding sources, and then to encourage the formation of improvement districts in communities that are able and willing to do that. The policies focus on not only just safety, but also connecting communities together and promoting efficient circulation, and with that then promoting alternative modes of travel and multimodal opportunities throughout the entire county. So that's the focus in a nutshell on the circulation and transportation chapter. The final chapter that is in the rural lifestyle section is called Resilient Economies and Housing. And this one has quite a few policies that support local and rural businesses and those types of opportunities. To complement that then would be supporting access to education and skilled trade programs. We heard that throughout the county, that it is important for rural communities to have access to online education opportunities and also skilled trades, because skilled trades, we know, are needed services out in the rural parts of the counties. This chapter also supports infrastructure and programs to support businesses and ranches. And the infrastructure and programs, here we are talking about not just utility infrastructure, but things like rural internet. And then finally, the final bullet point is to expand housing choices based on studies and plans. This chapter has a new section on housing, and in it we recognize that housing is a need identified throughout the county, not just in our rural or our urban areas, but it's throughout the county an issue. And to really better understand what the needs are, the plan does emphasize putting together housing studies that would then lead into a housing plan for the county, which we currently don't have.
Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Melissa. I don't want to get ahead of your presentation. So are you going to have an implementation? I'm going to hold off then. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll talk about the implementation plan.
Okay, and so specifically, just to jump ahead, we just talked about the support for access to education and the need for online services and then support infrastructure. Again, you know, the internet. So that's just kind of getting ahead for when we hit the implementation portion.
We can talk about that briefly now because
Okay.
you may be aware, and the plan does talk about what's called the BEADS program. So the county is working to implement that now. It's the broadband, I'm not going to remember the exact acronym, but it is providing broadband services to the rural areas. And in the chapter, our community services chapter, we talk about that, and there's a policy that specifically discusses supporting that because it's a program going on now, but we can talk.
Right,
about
okay.
that in
No,
regards
we
to
can, yeah,
implementation.
we can bump forward and
Yeah.
hit it there, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me, go back. The next section is stewards of the natural environment, and we have 4 chapters in this section. We have the natural environment chapter with 7 goals. We have the parks, open space, trails, and recreation chapter with 4 goals. The sustainability, resilience, energy, and climate chapter has 5 goals. And then the water resources chapter has 4 goals. And one thing to note, again, many of these chapters are required elements by Arizona revised statutes. So in this slide here, then, the water resources is required, energy is required, natural environment, and open space. So all parts of all of these are actually required by statute to be in the plan. So the natural environment chapter, the policy focus, looks at conserving and protecting wildlife, riparian habitat, floodplains, and environmentally sensitive features. It calls out addressing invasive and noxious weeds. There's a fairly strong emphasis on supporting forest restoration, and with that, providing education to property owners about Firewise USA and other programs that they can use to harden and prepare their properties in the event of fires. And then the last bullet actually encompasses quite a few different policy directives to protect soils, air quality, scenic views, and dark night skies. So this just one bullet point, but that does cover some 4 very important topic areas in terms of the natural environment. Our Parks, Recreation, Trails, and Open Space chapter has policy focus on gathering public input in new park acquisition and park development and funding efforts, which our Parks and Recreation Department does extensively. So it is written to recognize that and promote that ongoing effort. Also, there's a policy that encourages new developments to consider recreational needs. So if there's a new subdivision, then there's a policy that suggests that that new subdivision look at what are the recreation needs of the people that we're creating the subdivision for. That's actually a new policy focus for the plan. There's a policy in there that focuses on operation and management of parks, just to reduce ongoing environmental impacts. And then obviously coordinated trail planning that considers connections, trail connections, multimodal connections, and then looking at the national trail system opportunities. The Arizona Trail runs through Coconino County. There are other national trail systems that are either coming or in the planning stage to the county. So it recognizes those and looks for opportunities to connect. And this then also does relate back to our transportation chapter that really looks for that multimodal alternative transportation planning opportunity to really connect communities within the county, but then also connecting to recreation facilities. And then the chapter also recognizes how important to the economy recreation and tourism is, while at the same time talking about responsible tourism, which is something that our Resilient Economies chapter also raises. The Sustainability, Resilience, Energy, and Climate chapter looks at best practices and encouraging best practices for sustainable and efficient buildings and energy efficiency in county facilities. It looks in a general way at opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote carbon sequestration in the county. With the vast land area that we have, does have opportunities for that. And then it But then how to do that is actually detailed more specifically in what could be a countywide sustainability and resilience plan. Currently, we don't have a specific plan. We don't have similar, the city has a lot of different sustainability plans. The county does not have one. This is an implementation item that if it was chosen to move forward with, and it would be an opportunity for the county to create a plan to actually understand better those different opportunities.
Entrepreneurs.
Okay, and so we're on the bullet point, reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote carbon sequestration.
And
right?
this third point.
And the
as
third
well.
one, support for creating a countywide. Okay, and these are new because some of what we've been going through is in the current plan. So I'm kind of concentrating on the new stuff, if you will. Can you talk? Actually, let me back up just a little bit. I appreciate Vice Chair Vasquez's question about, where are the rural areas at? And a lot of them seem to be in District 3. And I actually asked this question at the last meeting. I think I said something to the effect of, so is this where our gas and wood burning stoves get taken away? You know what I mean? I said that
Right.
a little tongue in cheek. But I do want to have you, if you could talk about the reduced greenhouse gas emissions and promote carbon sequestration, if you could give an overview of that to help me better understand it.
Sure, that's a actually a very important point, and it is tied into the third bullet for creating a countywide sustainability and resilience plan, because reducing greenhouse gas emissions, our sustainable building program is one of the options that residents have now for creating an energy efficient building. And energy efficiency, it saves energy, it reduces energy costs, and then at the same time, it does reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So it would be following along with that same type of program, where we're just really looking at more energy efficient ways to create more energy efficient buildings. It would be an opportunity for people. I'm not seeing that we don't have any policy directive in here to make this a code requirement, but it's something that is an opportunity for people in an optional way if they wanted to join a program. Promoting carbon sequestration, that is more of a land use question, because there could be different opportunities for, and I am not an expert in carbon sequestration methods, but it does require some land area to put these types of projects into place. So that's where we don't have an exact answer for that right now, but having a sustainability and resilience plan could recognize what those would be and where those could go and what direction the county might need to take in order to provide those opportunities.
One thing that this helps us as a board also look at is when we do our strategic planning, some of the areas that we as a board may want to focus as part of our strategic plan. For example, a housing plan or a sustainability and resiliency plan.
Right, and I do appreciate that and understand the conversation. And I don't know any other way to say this except just to say it, but there are a lot of people in Coconino County that live in the unincorporated areas of Coconino County that don't want to see the goals and policies in the city coming to them that are in the city of Flagstaff, okay? And I'm just going to leave that comment there. And so that's really what I'm watching for, is I don't want a creep into the county of some of the city of Flagstaff's goals and policies. And that's why I'm calling this out. Is this a creep?
This is not a creep. This is something.
I mean creep, you know. Yeah.
Maybe we're coming up on Halloween, so I don't know, but that's why this would be a county specific plan to really understand what the county, and we would use input with county rural residents to really understand what their preferences are in terms of a countywide sustainability and resilience plan, because there hasn't necessarily been, I mean, the Sustainable Building Program is a wonderful program, But beyond that, we haven't necessarily had something to give direction to a sustainability future.
And I think that's where that, coming back to the
Strategic
board,
planning.
yes, it coming back, and that was kind of my point on that. You know, really, we have 688 square miles that we're responsible for, with heavily rural areas all across Coconino County. Certainly three's got more than its share, probably four does, and five does as well. And so, you know, really, it is something that we as a board really do need to discuss and address what works for us across Coconino County. And I think that is different than the large municipality of Flagstaff. So thank you for that comment, Supervisor Ontiveros. Yes, of course, Supervisor Vasquez. I wasn't going to forget you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The one thing that I just wanted to point out that is what you're also alluding to, Supervisor Ontiveros, is the fact that some of the sustainability efforts for Flagstaff aren't feasible in the rural areas because it would push down economic development in those areas if they had to go to those same kind of standards. So where it might make sense in the urban area, it doesn't make sense in the rural area. And that's where we, as a county, have to look at what is that for our rural area, knowing that the urban areas can go more if they choose, but what's our baseline as a county? And we all want to make sure that our rural residents aren't pinched in those ways because of a plan that's too ambitious for those rural areas that doesn't have the population to support those efforts.
And that's really why it's part of a strategic plan for the board.
Yeah, and not only does it have the population to support it, but it doesn't have the appetite for it. So just putting that out there, I just appreciate the conversation. So, but agreed, strategic planning would be great.
And just to follow up on that, in the draft plan on page 181 is a draft framework for what a sustainability plan could look like. It's not a directive going forward, but it's just, there was a lot of good thought that went into that, and so we've captured some of those initial ideas, basically. And I did just see, just to kind of put this in to perspective, the population numbers. And so in 2020, if you can just want to go back a moment, the total population of the county was almost 146,000. In Flagstaff, it was 77,000. Fredonia, 1,300.
Are you talking about I'm sorry, the last comprehensive?
No, the 2020 census.
The 2020.
2020 census
Sorry.
figures.
Thank you.
Yeah. In 19,
I'm sorry, can you start over with
I
that?
will. Yeah. So in 2020, based on 2020 census, it was 145,697 population total in the county. In the city, it was 77,000. I'm going to round here. In Fredonia, it was 1,300. In Page, it was 7,400. There's part of Sedona in the county at 2,500. Tusayan has 603. Williams had 3,200 people. And then the unincorporated balance of the county was 53,000.
And that doesn't encompass any of the tribal land?
No, this is just
Yes,
county.
we-
They are enumerated separately.
Okay, yeah, because of course we have Tuba City and, you know,
This-
Loop and,
The census conducts a separate enumeration on the tribal lands.
but they're still within Coconino County. They're still part of our, we're still providing services, of course, to them as county residents. So, you know, when you have a chance, I'd love to get a copy of that breakdown, and then also a copy of the breakdown for the tribal areas in Coconino County as well.
This is on page 192.
And you know what? I brought this. I did not bring my book.
Okay, well, I'll
which
get you
which
copies.
which would have been another notebook, and I apologize for that. So
But for clarification, the tribal citizens are included in the 145,697,000.
They are separate. No, they're separate. from
That, so that's in addition, they would be in addition to that. Okay.
that's why it'd be great to have it broken down so we can see it and see the total numbers. Because we're serving everyone. So I really hate to see that broken down that way, to be honest with you.
It's in a separate table. We can get into those details later. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that'd be important to talk about because, when you look at what our tribal population is in the county from the various tribes that are here, when we're talking about population, generally we're talking about not including them, but they're still part of the county population. And so even if there's different ways that we engage them and work with them or provide services with them, I think it's important that we get those numbers for a full total so we know the real total of what Coconino County's population is with tribal and other entities in the county.
Who we are serving. Supervisor Begay.
I think that a lot of services are within the areas that we're talking about right now. The majority of the services, and only because the reservation, like let's say Navajo, is a sovereign nation, so they deal with the government um, directly. But I know that for me, I work very closely with all the chapters that are under me, 7 chapters and then one Monkopi. So I just want to say that, it's really up to the Board of Supervisor to really engage with them. And I think with that, I feel that we should go ahead and get the information to include, all the tribes and all the areas that we're not doing right now, as far as and including them in these numbers. And it's still a county. Just likewise, we have elections. They're all included during the elections. All their numbers are included. So I think, that we can go ahead and pursue with that, and I feel comfortable with that. So thank you.
Thank you. We have that information and we'll break it down further. In a
And
slide.
is Grand Canyon Village also South Rim Grand Canyon, since of course they're
It
on
is.
federal lands?
It is. And I do have some numbers I can give you really quickly. Grand Canyon Village in 2020 was about 1,800. And I do have some other breakdown in terms of Lychee was about 1,200 people. So we do have the tribal communities. Tuba City was around 8,000 in
The
2020.
city is large, and that's
Around
why
it.
I was asking you
Uh-huh.
about these numbers, because we provide services to every single one of these individuals. They're
And-
county residents.
Loop was around 900, a little bit more than 900. So we do have those totals. And I think I stand corrected. That total of the county does include all of these individual communities.
That would make sense.
So we do have a breakdown for what's called a census designated place. So the Census Bureau enumerates certain communities independently and then puts those into the total. And so we do have, for instance, Belmont, Cameron, Donny Park, Tuba City, Lychee, Loop. We have those individual community populations, but not every single community is enumerated separately. So we know some of those. But yeah, well,
Thanks, Melissa.
thank you. The last chapter in the natural environment section is water resources, and those policies focus on promoting water sustainability, protecting water quality, and promoting water conservation. And then there are also policies in there that focus on providing residents with information about water supply, and then also how to coordinate programs. We work closely with the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Group and their Water Policy Council. They helped us extensively in updating this chapter, and we were in creating the projections for water use in the county. So that's, again, this is one of the required elements by statute, but it's a chapter that does a deep dive, if you will, into water, but it recognizes how far we can go because the county doesn't have a lot of authority to regulate water use, but we recognize that, and this plan does call that out.
And hopefully we can change that so we can have groundwater management. Thanks. Yeah, obviously.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, like, one of the things that this is so important that we go through, and we've said it before, but I'll say it again today, is that when we're doing land use decisions, this document is our playbook to justify either for approving something or being in opposition of something. This document really lays it out of what our county wants to see in terms of future growth, and it allows us to have a way to justify those decisions moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then. The next section is diverse communities and services. And this value is recognizing that we are inclusive and respect and honor the diversity of our communities, people, land, and cultures through vibrant communities connected with partnerships and countywide services. And in this section, there are 2 chapters, community services and public safety with 12 goals, and then diverse cultures and community character with 6 goals. And then I'll quickly summarize the policy focus for community services and public safety. This looks at promoting community connections and community hubs throughout our different communities, promoting where it's appropriate, centralized wastewater systems. This is obviously only going to be appropriate in certain communities where there's a subdivision perhaps that is proposing to construct one of these, or a community that recognizes their needs and forms an improvement district. The policies encourage sharing costs of education infrastructure where possible, and then also looking at bus routes and promoting bus routes throughout the county that will serve those rural populations. They look at preparing for public health emergencies, which our Health and Human Services Department is responsible for. This plan recognizes that effort. There are policies in there specific to promoting expanding utilities. This would be energy, other types of infrastructure or utilities like that, electric, as well as natural gas, looking at broadband and telecommunications expansion into rural communities, and then recognizing with those that the need to protect scenic quality goes hand in hand with that, with those new types of installations. It looks at planning for adequate emergency services, and then again, advocating for fire-adapted communities and potentially considering a county-specific wildland-urban interface code for the county. It encourages locating development away from areas of natural hazards. For example, any fault lines would not be a good place to promote new development on. Looking for development projects that potentially produce hazardous materials or transport hazardous materials. And then finally, identifying public safety issues and response time during development proposals. So that's the community services and public safety chapter. And then the final chapter is the diverse communities and character, diverse cultures and community character chapter. And in that one, the policies focus on promoting rural character, cultural diversity, minimizing scenic impact. Again, promoting those community hubs and connections, protecting and preserving historic and cultural sites, seeking input from Native American nations to ensure that projects are culturally appropriate, and continue to incorporate a variety of perspectives during public input during the development process.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay, so this is kind of a new chapter, although I think it used to be, what it used to be called?
It's current, and our current plan is community character.
Yeah, okay. So there is something new here that I wanted to ask about, and it's actually the 4th bullet point where it says, seek input from Native American nations to ensure projects are culturally appropriate. Can you give the background and explain how that would work? You know, because I know that when I think about someone applying for a CUP, for example, they already have to do public participation. So on new projects, is this reaching, explain it to me.
This came out of several different cases, and as well as when we developed the utility scale renewable energy ordinance, because in that ordinance, then we actually asked that the developers specifically reach out to Native American nations to understand, what they perceive as potential impacts to those. And so with that, then we wrote a substantive policy statement that sort of outlined how to get in touch with the Native American nations, because there are some tools available that give us information about specific contacts at those different government organizations. So that's really what that is identifying, is looking at that substantive policy statement and it's called a government to government tool. It's on the State Historic Preservation Office website. They coordinate updating those contacts. So it's really using that information to reach out specifically where there are big projects and getting their input.
Okay, so give an example. I understand the utility scale
Mhm.
energy projects, and I knew that. What other projects would, give me an example of where else this would apply?
And Supervisor Begay could give you an example of that too, along I-40. That's probably what you're going to go to.
I
And you may
that
remember
case,
that.
Big Hill.
And when they were going to put up basically teepees and
Conestoga West.
some other,
Conestoga
yeah.
West.
And there was quite a bit of discussion with the board at that time,
Mhm.
Supervisor Ontiveros, about the appropriateness of that. You might have some other,
I
but
think that was the main case that we were remembering and thinking about during this development, but also the outreach that we did throughout the whole county. This was not just from that particular case or from developing the renewable energy ordinance, but our different communities asked us to, can you make a special effort to reach our community? So where there's, for instance, a conditional use permit or a subdivision that may be adjacent to a Native American land, then we can make an effort, use that tool, find a contact, reach out to the government. And so that's a bit more effort. It's not just a noticing the 300-foot or a further distance noticing, using the mailing labels, but it's actually making contact with that separate government for contact when there's adjacency that way.
Okay, so I think you answered the question. It is on projects that are adjacent to tribal lands.
I think primarily adjacent, but also where there are other questions possibly about the appropriateness of how something.
yeah, I mean, a lot of our public spaces, I mean, we've talked about this in terms of even Fort Tuthill, is just being culturally appropriate and sensitive to the various cultures and histories. So I don't think it's just those that are close to tribal lands. I think it really encompasses all of the county.
Okay, let me give an example maybe of what I'm asking. So we have the case, the planning and zoning case that was approved in Valley that will be coming before the board. That was a big development. Okay, would they be required to reach out? I guess I'm just wondering what the trigger is, who does and who does not reach out to seek input. Yeah, that's the question.
There wasn't a specific quote trigger written into this as far as it's a policy. So like with any of the policies, then the planners would review that and make a determination at that point. Are there some questions? Is there more we can learn about what this project is saying? How is it being presented? And so I think that, in a case like that, that might have been something that we could have asked a question. Is there something here that could we learn more about how it's being designed, that maybe it's a very visible site, it's on a major road corridor? Could there be something in how it's designed that we don't know could potentially be offensive or could potentially be inappropriate? So I think that might be a case where it's highly visible as well. Again, we didn't write anything, a specific requirement as to when, but it's an overall policy that we would look at to try to understand, is there something that we need to dig deeper on in this and how it's being designed and how it's being shown and presented. It might be something to consider more if there are any suggestions.
Just thinking, I know that we have until November 18th. That's why we're having this meeting today, is to talk about these things. So I'm going to digest what you just said, and that's why I threw out my comments and my questions. If there was a trigger, I made it, pretty clear. So it's a conversation.
And I think what you're asking is, that mean every time there's a development, somebody has to reach out. And I don't think that's what the intent was. I think it's more, there are certainly situations such as the one we talked about along I-40, which were apparent. And certainly if you happen to be putting a development next to tribal lands, that may be a particularly sensitive area that you would want to have discussions on. But I understand what you're asking now, so. And I don't know, other than to put a general overall statement, I don't want to see a trigger in there. I would like to keep it general, as a general overview and a general statement.
And trigger may not have been the right word, but just when conditional use permits are being applied for, like how that fits in. I'm just looking at the new stuff here, and this was something that was new in the current, that's being proposed in the current plan. So that's why I'm reviewing it and asking about it.
And if I could add to that, then on page 154 of the plan, it's policy number DC 17, and I'll just read it very quickly, and then we can move on.
That would be great. And if Cindy, if you're listening, I'd really like it if you would please bring down my notebook with the plan.
The policy reads, and this is following goal number 5 in the diverse communities and services section. Impacts to all people and cultures are considered in land use decisions. And then the policy that follows that. Input from Native American nations on projects that are near sacred sites, relate to Native American culture, use Native American cultural motifs or language, or which may affect Native American resources is encouraged and will be considered in land use decisions.
Okay, that was a great explanation. Thank you.
That's Supervisor Begay.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The sacred sites is the most important thing, to Native Americans. It's just like, you have to, I guess out of this whole thing is respect. I think that's what it is, the traditional, and even the ceremonies that they have. There's certain places that they do ceremonies, and, we need to make sure that, we don't deter them, or we go in there and do something that, is not, that's against their traditional beliefs and stuff like that. So, but it's not every project you need to do that too, but you just need to, make sure that if the coast is clear, I guess is what it is, so that there will the nation will not come, or, the tribe will not come and say, this is what's happening. So, but I just want to say that it's really the sacred sites that that people really acknowledge, and they respect that. And so, just like for eagles, we do offerings for and prayers using the eagle. And if there's a nest there, and we have to stay away within so many because people go in there and do their ceremonies and stuff like that. So then there's places we get herbs too, in certain areas for all sorts of ceremonies that are being done. So those are the only things I think that are very sacred, plus the I-40 issue that we had at one point in time. So I think the way it's written, I think, that kind of explains and a lot. And it's something that I think is something we can do and work around with. So thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate Supervisor Begay's comments, where she really described the importance of the areas where this would be, and that it's not for everything. And I really do agree that she summed it up in what I'm going to say one word, and that is respect. So, thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. And so that summarized the 3 different sections, the chapters in each, and then now we'll talk about the implementation plan. And currently, there are 50 implementation items in the plan. They're organized into high, medium, and low priority. And then there's also an ongoing action item section. So what I have here, the next slides, just highlight the high priority action items just for today. But just real briefly then, there are 11 high priority action items, there are 16 medium priority action items, 6 low priority, and then 17 ongoing. And there's a time frame associated with high, medium, or low. High would be anticipated to be implemented within 1 to 2 years of plan adoption, medium within 2 to 4 years, and then low priority could be initiated within 8 years of plan adoption. But again, these would be open for the board to consider changing them up or reprioritizing them as the plan goes on. The Comprehensive Plan Advisory Group did look at these, and the priority that you see is based on their review of the items. So this slide then has the first 6 high priority action items. And just very briefly, the first one, and numbers 1 through 6, they're just numbering purposes. What the advisory group felt were higher priority were those with an asterisk. So of the high priority, the highest priorities would be those with an asterisk. But again, this could be open to the board to look at these and determine which ones are really, at that time, more important for staff to start working on. So the numbers are really just because the numbers to track back to the policy statements, to a goal or policy. So the first one is about conducting a housing-wide needs assessment that could then inform a housing plan. The second one is seeking funding to develop and implement a countywide multimodal connectivity plan. Public Works has been working on this. They've already been writing some grant applications for this. The third one, where financially feasible, county will continue to evaluate safety issues on capital improvement projects and look at basically countermeasures to further to prevent further safety issues. So this is a Public Works item. The fourth one is also a Public Works item to continue to work with NACOG to undertake a regional transportation safety plan. The fifth one is related to resilient economies and housing. This is where we would continue to explore ongoing zoning updates to look at new and emerging businesses that are maybe not considered in the zoning ordinance, but that would support rural economies. The fifth one is specific to the natural environment and looking at forest fuels reduction and to continue to identify disposal means for green waste. The seventh action item, high priority action item, this is related to resilient economies and housing and those policies that support protecting the rural ranches and then preventing fragmented open space. Consider adopting a transfer of development rights ordinance. We could spend a whole session on what that means and how those work, but it's in the plan for consideration. The eighth one is to develop that countywide sustainability and resiliency plan that we talked about briefly. The next one, to look at ways to basically continue to promote respectful tourism culture. And including, how to educate visitors when they come to the county to recognize that this is also a home, our home. The next one is to look at grant funding and other ways to explore potentially adopting a county-specific wildland urban interface code. And there's a reference there to the Headwaters Economics Institute, which is doing a lot of work in that field, in that area. And then the last one on the high priority list is to actively seek funds to implement recommendations of transportation studies, just ongoing to address future transportation needs. So Public Works had quite a few number of items on this list, but we wanted to highlight the high priority items for you. Again, there are medium, low, and ongoing. There's 50 on the list. It's ambitious, but this is something that all of these became good topics and good ideas that we wanted to make sure were at least documented.
So where is broadband?
So broadband, that's a good question. We did not have, that is a program that is currently being worked on by our IT department. So we didn't list it as a particular action item. It could be, it's ongoing. The BEADS program is going. I would have to get an update from our IT department about what the status of it is. We talk about it extensively in the community services chapter. There's a specific policy that calls it out by name, the BEADS program, but we didn't list it in the implementation plan. It could be added because it's ongoing.
I think it should be added.
Let me turn my mic on. I do too. I think it's a very high priority item. And here, I know for several reasons, but in my district, it is greatly needed. Mhm.
Supervisor Begay?
Um, Again, that the recommendation, I'm with it too, because I always wonder, we do have several plans, and there's just this is an example where like broadband is separate from, it's not inclusive in this plan. So how do we bring all the different plans that we have, making sure that they're all interconnecting? I'm not sure where else that this needs to happen, but I think, and then the other thing is that we have a lot of things that are happening, like the NACOG is doing a lot of regional transportation plans right now, and the county and the city, I mean, they work with NACOG too. So I mean, we're serving Coconino County as a whole. We keep saying Coconino County as a whole, but we're saying this is city, this is county, this is that, And so it's really makes me think about, how can we really coordinate? How can we really, it's going to be that much stronger, I think with the city and the county can get together and start planning together on certain things that really is important, like this transportation planning, and then our sustainability and resilience plans, those kind of things. I just want to say that's been bothering me since I came on board. But I think we need to really work and with one another, whoever's involved in these projects and these different things that are being worked on. So I just want to say, I want to bring that up and just say that, but I think we have a lot of opportunities to do that. Since, we do sit on the transportation with Geronimo, Metro Plan, stuff like that, so I think there's room for, putting things together and working together to get things done. So in management, they say that working with and through people is management. So if we all work together, I think we can get somewhere, instead of, having real different plans, but, we can be having different plans, but I think somewhere we need to work together on it somehow. So that's just a comment that I wanted to make. Thank you.
And if I could follow up on that very quickly.
Yes, absolutely. And I know Deputy County Manager Eric Peterson would like to follow up too.
And so just a couple things. On the BEADS program on page 139, the goal CS6 and policy CS10 specifically talk about that strategic broadband program, just so that it's recognized that the policy does call that out in particular, but we can add that to the implementation plan. And then also, what I don't have on the slide, there are several more columns in the implementation plan, including who implements and who is our partner. And so Supervisor Begay, just to follow up on what you just mentioned, that, for instance, NACOG, the city of Flagstaff, other municipalities, where they would be partners in the county to implement a project, they are listed here. But I just shortened the slide just for brevity and to be able to fit it all onto one readable, one readable view. But yeah, so NACOG we recognize NACOG and all the other partners who are so important in the county working with to achieve these goals, basically.
Just briefly, Madam Chair and members, I did want to address your coordination conversation. Public Works and Community Development are both major departments in this list, and a lot of the work there. And we have started that coordination. So you'll see November 4th, we have a presentation from Public Works about our local transportation safety plan and the work of the Safe Street grants that we received as the county. And so that is done in collaboration with NACOG and with Metro Plan. Each of us has a road that's ours and theirs and, things like that. But we're working together to understand how our plans will fit together as we continue to do those plans. So we are coordinating, but also holding jurisdiction over that which is ours as well. So that kind of coordination is happening. You'll see that presentation come up in November. So many of these items that are high priority action items, we've already started on and have worked towards advancing.
Thank you. Please proceed.
The next several slides are pretty much a follow-up to what you heard about in September. And so we had the 60-day review, and then during the joint work session on September 9th, we heard your comments, including those from Supervisor Fowler. And we wanted to list those and show how they were either already addressed in the plan or how we turned around and are readdressing those in the edits that we'll be making to this. And so I wasn't planning to go through every one of these unless there's something that you would like to pull off. There are several, though, that I did want to highlight changes to. So these are all the comments that we received during the work session. Again, many of them were already addressed in the plan in several ways, and we've listed those in terms of the comments. And then the particular section that they relate to and a page number that where they actually are falling into the plan. So there were 6 comments on this slide, and then this slide, so comment number 7 was again from the joint work session and also an email from Commissioner Best about moving an implementation item number 25 to a high priority list and also adding to it about promoting native plant communities. And this is what the Planning Commission, as it's written here, they recommended this will come forward to you at your public hearing in November. But they did recommend adding that phrase and promote native plant communities to this implementation item, which is about pursuing partnerships with agencies and organizations to reconvene in the San Francisco Peaks Weed Management Area, and basically how to support coordinating invasive plant issues. They did not recommend moving it to high priority items. So if you wanted to see a page number in the plan, it's on page 161, implementation item number 25. So we wanted to follow up with you on that comment. And I know you'll stop me as I go. And then comment number 8 was back to the idea of advocacy and adding the board as advocates for the implementation plan. So the final column in the implementation plan is who will implement and partner. We will add to that header the Board of Supervisors who will implement and partner with the Board of Supervisors, so it's clear that the board is looking at this plan and deciding what direction to take in the future. Again, this draft, the copy that you have is what we call the public hearing draft. These will be edits made to it after public hearings concluded. Comments 9, 10, and 11 had focused on several different topics, but they all related to, one, recognizing what have been the major events that have occurred that have impacted the county since 2015, since the current plan was adopted. And so, but also recognizing how important public lands are, how important the Grand Canyon and North Rim is to the county economy, adding support for quickly rebuilding North Rim Lodge, and then, looking at things like the COVID-19 pandemic, looking at the recession, the Navajo generating station shutdown, the drought, the fires, all those issues. And so these led to us making a suggestion that we add a new paragraph in the introduction to the plan that recognizes these different important factors. And so that potential text is included on this next slide. I can read it if you like, or I can, if you need it read into the record.
Why don't you, just for the public?
Okay.
Thank you.
So this would be a chapter added to the introduction, and it reads, since 2015, notable global, national, and regional events have impacted the county's natural environment, economy, health, and well-being of county residents. The global COVID-19 pandemic, national economic recession, extreme wildfire events, flooding, extended drought, and the shutdown of the Navajo generating station, to name a few, were not under county control, but have impacted the county's economy and world-class public lands and recreational amenities. Public lands and the wide open spaces and dark skies they provide support recreational opportunities and wildlife habitat that are important contributors to the high quality of life that is unique to Coconino County. Working with our public land partners is critical to effective management, proactive preparedness, active response, and long-term recovery of our beloved lands, people, communities, and economies. So that's the suggestion, addition in response to those comments.
Any comments, members of the board? I think it looks great. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that that looks great. And I also think that it encapsulates all of the issues that Supervisor Fowler brought up, because I know that I believe all of those comments were ones that she expressed. And I think that that captures all of them very well. Well written. Mhm.
And I'll give a acknowledgement to John Saltonstall and Keith Breckhouse, who also looked at this with us for input. Thank you to them. The final comment, number 12, was regarding that note on terminology and how we use the term Native American and Indigenous in the plan. So we did then, based on your comments at that work session, we came up with this note and terminology, which will be written into the plan, into the diverse cultures and community character section. And I can read this again. In the writing of this document, research showed that there's an evolving lexicon of terms that are used interchangeably to describe original habitats of this country, including Indigenous, Native American, North American Indians, American Indian, and others. Native American and American Indian are terms used in federal Indian law and was assigned to people living in what is now the United States prior to European contact. Indigenous is a term used internationally by people who are living together as a community prior to contact with settler groups, thereby recognizing the inherent rights of this pre-existing status. In this document, the term Native American is used when reference is made to formal government-to-government relations. Otherwise, Indigenous is used.
Well, you took a very controversial discussion, and I think you did a very good job with it. I really, really appreciate this.
Appreciate all.
I really do too, because we had a lengthy, this topic right here probably took up more time than anything else when we had the last session. And I do just also want to note for the record that there was input given at that time by Native American participants on this. So I think it's good.
And just as a follow-up then, and we don't have every instance in the plan where we will make that change, but we'll go through the plan and make the change so that's reflected throughout. And so then that just takes us to our final slide, questions and comments from you. But there are a couple of updates I wanted to mention before I turn this back over to Jess. We've talked about the public hearing with the board is scheduled for November 18th on the comprehensive plan. So we'll be doing, leading up to that, we'll be actually holding an open house at community development on October 30th. So that we give opportunity. We've got a flyer if anybody would like copies of it, for people to come and talk to us about the plan, look at the plan in more detail and learn more. So that will be October 30th from 4 to 6 p.m. over in Thomas Auditorium, and we can provide you with flyers in advance of the November 18th public hearing with the board. And the public hearing draft, this is online for anyone who wants to review it at this time. And we'll be sending out a newsletter and doing other promotional feeds to get the word out about the public hearing. And then if there are no other questions about that, I have another update for you, the regional plan. So the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan is scheduled for City Council on Thursday of this week, beginning at 3 p.m. So we'll be attending that and be there to hear comments and to find out how that recommendation is made and if that's a final approval of the regional plan. And then if it is adopted by City Council on that would be October 9th. The final plan would be out on November 7th. And then the election, or remember, the ballot initiative is scheduled for May of 2026. So remember, that's city residents only. Just wanted to give you an update on that. And if there are no more questions, I will turn the rest of the session over to Jess for an update on the accessory dwelling unit.
Just, I would like to make a comment, and when others may want to as well. Just, taking a look at the high priorities in terms of the implementation plan. I do take a note of things that we as a board will continue to discuss as part of our strategic planning. And also, this, in my opinion, really raises this to a high priority level to the board as part of its strategic planning process. And some examples: housing plan, sustainability and resiliency plan, wildfire urban interface code, of course, continue with our transportation studies, and then adding that rural broadband and the whole BEAD implementation. So those are just some notes I would make for us as a board as we get ready for our retreat and our discussion on strategic planning moving forward. And you had something you wanted to say.
Just one clarification, then the recommendation is to add the support for the BEADS program to the high priority list. Thank you. And then the other thing is there is a medium priority action item to develop a water resources plan. But again, this list can be re-reviewed every year.
Absolutely, and I'm sure will be, and probably won't be accomplished in a year or two or three. So any other comments, members of the board, before we move on with Jess?
I just want to say, Melissa, thank you for the work that you've done. I know this has been a long process, and I think you're probably starting to see light at the end of the tunnel. I bet it feels good. So thank you. And everyone who worked on this, pass that along.
You're welcome. And yeah, there's a big applause for everyone that helped on this plan, because it's certainly been a big county team effort.
And the community for their efforts and involvement too. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Begay.
Well, Melissa, thank you so much. You took a lot off of Jess's hands. No, just kidding. I just want to thank you and your staff, and Jess, thank you for all the plans that you guys have put together with others, the community, and just getting everybody involved. I think that's the only way that things will be moving forward, and and everybody's going to say the sense of ownership, I guess is what it's going to be. So thank you so much, and we're looking forward to other meetings, and I just want to say thank you.
And it is a fun process to say. It's fun to meet people. Thank you.
She's still smiling and saying it's a fun process. So that is wonderful. Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I would just say good job. It's nice to see we're close to the end of the tunnel. It seems like forever ago when we first were given the implementation timeline, and we're so far along in it. So that's good to see, and I look forward to seeing it finish out. Thank you.
Jess McNeely.
Good morning, Chair Horstman, Supervisors. I'm Jess McNeely with Community Development staff. And we're going to have a shift in gears here from big picture, vision, values that goes in. We only update every 10 years with our comprehensive plan. Some of us really see how the comp plan gets implemented in hearings on land use decisions, conditional use permits, zone changes, subdivisions. And it's having that rear view mirror of how we've used a previous comprehensive plan really informs and influences how we update this one. Implementation actions as well. Not only goals and policies and making a decision, but what things the county is going to focus on. So the follow-up to the thanks to Melissa, so much hard work in managing this process for the comp plan update. I think we can look back on how did we use our 2015 comp plan, what great things came out of it, such as a renewable energy ordinance that is now helps the county make decisions for renewable energy projects. And now we can look forward to the future like, hey, we know the track record on how we've used this plan in the past to make good decisions. How can we use it as a flexible tool, policy document to make good decisions in the future? And now we'll talk about or where plans as policy documents break down into ordinance and regulations. And really, the zoning ordinance is one of the primary implementation tools of the comprehensive plan. And we updated the zoning ordinance following the 2015 comprehensive plan numerous times, several times. As a matter of fact, the renewable energy ordinance is a section of the zoning ordinance. And we will continue to update the zoning ordinance as directed by the comprehensive plan. And there's some necessary flexibility in there as things change over time. So would it be possible to pull up the next PowerPoint? What we're going to talk
to item 2, I assume.
We're on to item 2.
I love that discussion on zoning ordinance amendments regarding accessory dwelling units, ADUs, as required by House Bill 2928. So thanks, Jess.
Thank you. And we will make this quick. I know you've already been stuck in the planning world for a little while here. So thank you, Chair Horstman, for that introduction. Yes, HB 2928 approved this past May down in state capitol. And it requires us to update our zoning ordinance regarding accessory dwelling units actually by the end of the calendar year. So we've been in a process. We have now done at least 2 work, if not 3 study sessions with the Planning and Zoning Commission on this particular item. So we already have some ideas with the Planning and Zoning Commission on their thoughts of what flexibility the county does have with these updates to our zoning ordinance. And we wanted to get those from you all here today in this work session prior to taking this item to the Planning and Zoning Commission at the end of this month. So we have an agenda item on the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing for October, last Wednesday in October, where they will be providing a recommendation to you in a public hearing on their proposed recommendation, their proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. So in a nutshell, HB 2928 requires the county to increase the number of accessory dwelling units permitted in residential zoning under our zoning ordinance. And as we mentioned, we're required to update the zoning ordinance no later than the end of the calendar year. So when we think about residential zoning, we often call this single-family residential zoning. We think typically of having a house. We hear the word single-family, we think of one home. So on this well-drawn site plan sketch in front of you, we're using technology to its fullest. Here you'd see what we all anticipate: one house sitting on a lot. Looks like it probably has a garage that sticks off the front there, has a hip roof, typical house. Yeah, it probably has 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, I don't know, around 1,900 square feet, something like that. What we think of as a primary home. Under our current zoning ordinance, and for quite some time, actually, the county was a leader in this, as the county often is a leader in many policy and regulatory things. Currently, our county allows 1 accessory dwelling unit per residential lot. There are other counties across the state who do not allow an accessory dwelling unit in their residential zoning. We have for some time, and there's a pretty good history at the county in allowing accessory dwelling units. It's a great flexible thing for property owners, for homeowners. They love it. We continue to see accessory dwelling units permitted through our department on a very regular basis. It's a high percentage of the work we do.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is lot or size of a lot defined in this?
It is. We get defined. As of right now, we're bracketing in our conversation on any single family residential lot. That could be a 40-acre parcel in a very rural area, or it could be a 6,000 square foot lot in Coconino Village. Either one, you are allowed one primary home, 1 accessory dwelling unit. Planning nerds, we like the acronym ADU. We throw it out there all the time as if everyone understands what we say when we say ADU. But in many communities, you would call this a guest house. You would call it a casita here in Arizona, something like that. But accessory dwelling unit kind of encapsulated encapsulates all of those. It's a second, smaller accessory. It is accessory to the primary dwelling unit. So, under our current zoning ordinance, we allow one accessory dwelling unit. With this state statute update, we are required to allow two accessory dwelling units, one attached and one detached. And that's what we're depicting here, okay? So that is for all lots, whether you're on a 6,000 square foot lot in Coconino Village or on a 40-acre parcel in a very rural area. Per HB 2928, the county is required to update our zoning ordinance to allow two accessory dwelling units. This certainly increases the flexibility and use of a residential property. The other thing this state statute requires is that on lots or parcels of 1 acre or larger, which is a lot in our county, you're actually allowed a third accessory dwelling unit. So if you're on that smaller than 1 acre lot, say a lot in Belmont or Coconino Village, you would get this. You would get one accessory dwelling unit attached and one detached. If you're on 1 acre or larger, now you can have one attached and up to two detached. So that's really going from single family zoning. When we think about a lot with one house on it, that's going to be 3 accessory dwelling units on it. On the lots, only the lots that are 1 acre and larger, which we have a lot of in the county.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Does this address setbacks?
It does. Yes.
Were you going there?
We're going there.
I'm sorry.
You're
You're-
so far ahead.
Welcome. Sorry.
I know these drawings mesmerized you and you were thinking about setbacks. All right. So we're required as a county to allow up to that third accessory dwelling unit on parcels that are 1 acre and larger. But we have an option given to us under state statute. We may, if the county so chooses, in regulations, as we amend regulations under our zoning ordinance, we may require that that second detached accessory dwelling unit or third accessory dwelling unit, we may require that it is deed restricted for affordable housing. And there's a very specific definition that is in the state statute. It would have to be rented to households who are under 80% of AMI, area median income, for not more than 30% of their gross income. So the county has never had regulatory affordable housing, capital A, as we often call it, affordable housing, that is regulated for its affordability. This is an option that the state statute is offering counties to be able to write into our codes. So in looking at the pros and cons and some extensive conversations with the Planning and Zoning Commission in their study sessions, certainly we know from all this outreach we've just done with the comprehensive plan that the community needs affordable housing. It absolutely needs affordable housing. One of the other things that impacts our neighborhoods, our communities, is short-term rentals. Often our housing is used for short-term rentals as opposed to being used for housing for local workforce. So if this third ADU or second detached ADU were restricted to be deed restricted for affordable housing, that accessory dwelling unit would not be eligible for a short-term rental permit. So that's one of the other pros. The two pros we really see in the option to have a restricted affordable housing unit as that third ADU would be, we need more affordable housing, and this could limit the impacts from short-term rentals. The cons, the difficulties associated with going this route is it would be difficult to administer. Our department has met with HHS. HHS has many programs in which they do income qualification. So HHS would be willing to assist our department as the building permitting agency in income qualifying people if the county were to go this route and create a program to administer this. Our department, with the building permit, would then need to attach a deed restriction to the building permit to be recorded against this property that would deed restrict this unit to be affordable as we've described. So there is some difficulty in administering this. This is something that that the county sees as feasible. It's an opportunity. We stay plenty busy at the Community Development Department when you look at our permit numbers, but this is something that we certainly would be open to, and that we could could try this on for size, so to speak. See how administration of this would work. Some of the other cons really brought up by several of our planning and zoning commissioners is it reduces flexibility for a property owner for that third ADU. We would certainly recognize this. It also would possibly be a squashing effect of people in desiring to build this third ADU. If they don't want to go through the process of having it deed restricted for affordable housing and go through the process of having their renters be verified to meet the affordable housing, then that could basically limit the number of accessory dwelling units we get out there in the community. So pros and cons with that is more housing is just more supply in the system. If this limits that supply, that would be a negative.
So since this is now allowed by state statute, does that get us away from that Prop 207 issue? Number one, that'd be my first question.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if legal has any thoughts on that.
The question on Prop 207 from our analysis, and actually Angela's helped me a lot, this currently this entitlement is not available. You're limited to one accessory dwelling unit. By increasing the ability to have a third accessory dwelling unit and being given the option to restrict it to affordable housing, we could go that direction. There's no Prop 207 implications. However, if we don't take the opportunity as we update our zoning ordinance, as required by the end of the calendar year, if we don't take the opportunity to require this affordable housing, there's never going back to then requiring it to be affordable housing.
So we do it now or we lose it.
Exactly.
That is correct.
All right.
That's why it has the January 1st deadline, because I think the legislation says, like, if you don't do it by January 1st, then it's just a free-for-all, basically, for ADUs in your community.
Yeah, this is really important. This
Yes.
is a really important matter for the board to be aware of moving forward, because we do it, if we are wanting to do it, we do it now or forever hold your peace, I guess. So
Right. I think if you waited to
Absolutely.
do it, then you run into the issue with the Prop
207.
207s.
Absolutely.
And then the second question I have is, we do have, as you know, a short-term rental ordinance already on the books, and we do have an enforcement. And would this then be something we could enforce through a similar type of mechanism, people, as we're doing with short-term rental?
Absolutely, Chair Horseman. Yeah, this is something we've thought through as well. We have a short-term rental ordinance in place. If a property owner was to build this third ADU and it's deed restricted for affordable housing, that one does not get issued a short-term rental permit. So it would be coordination not only between our department, community development, our building division in building permitting, deed restricting, recording of deed restrictions, HHS for income verification, certainly our short-term management team, short-term rental, STR rental management team would be coordinated as well to basically not issue short-term rental permits for these.
So given that, is this something that community development feels that if the board elects to include as part of our new ordinance, that this is something that the county can manage, oversee, and enforce?
Madam Chair, absolutely, yes. And that's our recommendation, is that we can. We want to fully acknowledge this is an additional, we're not taking on additional staff. This would be several staff across several divisions and 2 different departments who would be managing this. We don't know, in all honesty, what the numbers would be like. Are we going to be overwhelmed, or are we going to go a year and not be able to count it all on one hand? And how many of these we do. So
Thank you.
That's, yeah.
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. Um, since this House Bill 2928 was approved, in May, what kind of communication has been provided to the public there? FYI.
Thank you, Chair Horseman and Supervisor Begay. That's a great question. In the development community, so to speak, the home builders, builder world, they are aware of this change in state legislation because it hit the cities first. It went to the municipalities first, and now basically the exact same legislation is coming to the counties. We've had it on the Planning and Zoning Commission study session agenda for 3 months in a row. So for community members, often those in the development community who pay attention to the Planning and Zoning Commission agendas, they're aware of this. But other than that, that's really, the county doesn't have any, this isn't a county initiative. The county doesn't have a lot of flexibility. We're required to do this update to our zoning ordinance. So there hasn't been any otherwise open houses or anything like that.
Planning and zoning discussed it, is what you're saying? Did they give any recommendations to the board on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So they will be giving an official recommendation to the board at the end of this month at their October hearing. Their discussion so far is the majority of the planning and zoning commissioners are supportive of including the affordable housing provision. Two planning and zoning commissioners made some great arguments that what we really need is more housing supply, and this could limit the housing supply, and that it does limit flexibility with one's use of one's property. However, just based on this discussion we've just had, we know we can go more regulatory early, and if it's not working, we're not getting any coming in the door, we could loosen that up later. I would point out the history of accessory dwelling units within Coconino County. Coconino County was an early adopter of accessory dwelling units under our zoning ordinance. And when they were first allowed under the county zoning ordinance, they were deed restricted that they wouldn't be rented, period. In other words, it truly was the mother-in-law flat, or the granny flat, or your adult kid. Once upon a time, the county's zoning ordinance required every time you built an accessory dwelling unit, it was deed restricted that it wouldn't be rented, period. And every now and then we still get people coming in the door asking questions about it. At a certain point in time, the county realized this was not in the public interest. It was more in the public interest just to open up accessory dwelling units to be rented by anyone. So we made that change in our zoning ordinance. So we already have a little bit of precedent of being more regulatory early on with accessory dwelling units, realizing like, it's just more in the community interest to increase flexibility with these accessory dwelling units, allow these property owners to rent them out. It just adds more housing stock to the community. So that is our experience as a county with the zoning ordinance and accessory dwelling units. And I think we could follow that same pattern this time, see how this works with deed restricting that third one to affordable housing, managing that program, see what effect it has, see the success of that, and then make decisions in the future if we wanted to increase flexibility by removing that restriction, if we wanted to in the future.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
I was actually going to ask the exact question that Chair Horseman did, which is what is the planning and zoning's thoughts on this?
Mm-hmm.
And are there any other cons that came up?
Just those, just
And when I say con, I mean con against deed restricting it.
Right.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
right. Now, the three that really came up were just additional management, additional work on staff in managing this process, that it would squash potentially someone who was considering the third ADU deciding, I'm just not going to build that third ADU because I would rather not go through this process. And it takes away some flexibility takes away the flexibility of the property owner to do with that third ADU what they would like.
Okay. And you see it as an onerous process to make that third one deed restricted? I'm sitting here thinking about this.
Mm-hmm. So It would be, it's not insurmountable. The county did exactly this once upon a time when we deed restricted all ADUs, that they wouldn't be rented, period, that they were just for family use. So our department does have some, some experience in having done a similar process previously. We are not looking to increase our workload, however, in supporting the community in what the community needs. Certainly what we heard in public outreach for the comprehensive plan, there is a need for affordable housing. Is this really a great solution? Having a regulatory solution? Maybe. It could help. We will see. It's a way to see if it helps.
So I note that on our agenda, this is not an action item, and I'm assuming there will be some particular language that will need to be set forth to be presented to us. But you're wanting our input and discussion at this time in a direction. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm going to say for myself, and I'm going to want to listen to my colleagues on this as well. But we have a unique opportunity here with this new law. And I appreciate the absolute intent and purpose of this, which is consistent with the intent and purpose of what this board has been. That is to increase our housing stock, especially affordable housing units. We have had ongoing concerns about the reduction of our housing stock due to short-term rentals. And this, quite frankly, meets our goals and objectives of increasing our housing stock, limits, quite frankly, those that can be used for short-term rentals, given the fact that you were saying that you are able, although you aren't asking for more work, you are able to have the oversight, maintenance, and enforcement of putting a requirement for the second detached ADU to be deed restricted for affordable housing, and there is a definition that will be used. And you have talked with HHS about being able to get certified to qualify as a affordable housing eligible resident. I think it's a great idea, and I appreciate you bringing this forward to us. I definitely want to make sure we get this done before the end of the year. And I know this may mean all hands on deck when you're already busy trying to do a comprehensive plan, but I think this is just an excellent opportunity for our community and an excellent way for us to try to add housing units to our to the county. So I'm very much in favor of this, and I would like to hear from my colleagues. Supervisor Ontiveros.
As I was sitting here, I've known that this has been coming. Okay, so this wasn't a brand new thing for me. But as I sit here and think about it, I'm trying to think of a reason why deed restricting it for affordable housing would not be a good idea. And I get the comments that were made. I get that. I can't find a good reason not to do it. Much as outlined by Chair Horseman when she just laid that out, but I think that it accomplishes quite a few of the goals that we're trying to do. I can't find a reason not to do it. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. Other Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I'm also in support of this moving forward with this requirement for the second detached ADU. We need affordable housing in our communities, and if this is a way, and given us the statutory responsibility, but also authority to do this, I think we need to take advantage of it and do it for our community, because as was mentioned before, if we choose to pass, we're not going to have the opportunity to go back to it. So I would rather try it and see how it works and see what kind of policies we need to do to be able to implement it properly. But I think it's a great opportunity for our community. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I'm in support of this also. I think, we've been talking about student housing, we've been talking about affordable housing, how do we do it, and that's, housing is really scarce. And I just want to say that, I'm glad that this was passed, the House Bill 2928, for allowing us to proceed with some other visions that we have within our county here. And so I just want to say thank you so much for putting this together, and I trust, all the initiatives as far as getting this off the ground and running all the way to oversight. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
I just want to say that I understand that argument that was made because things have to pencil. And so I do understand someone saying, okay, it's going to cost me this amount of money to do this, but I'm restricted on the income that, is it going to pencil? I just want to say that I get that argument. I think it was a valid point that was brought up. And if I'm understanding this correctly, so we avoid the Prop 207 issues. If we say, yeah, let's move forward with this, we can take that back off, correct, legal counsel, and say the deed restriction is no longer required for affordable housing without a Prop 207 issue.
Correct. You can always amend the zoning ordinance again to remove it if you don't like it. See how it's doing for a year or two and then make whatever changes you want. If you're the board, you get to decide, right?
Within limitations, we get to decide.
I just think it goes to Vice Chair Voska's point, which is, let's give it a try and see what happens. And so I'm in support of it. I just wanted to make that comment that I do understand the argument.
Absolutely. Thank you for the comments. So, Chair Horseman, the only other things we wanted to point out was just for your relative knowledge, this is straight from the HHS website. This is what would qualify as 80% of area median income in our county for household size on the left, starting household of one, and what that AMI limit would be for Coconino County, and then a couple of our peer counties. And then the last thing I just wanted to let you know, as Supervisor Ontiveros has asked, there are some other implications in the HB to updates to our zoning ordinance. We have no flexibility with those requirements. So setback considerations, setbacks for the accessory dwelling units would be the same for the primary dwelling unit, or what we've established in our zoning ordinance as setbacks, with exception of interior side setbacks, so like your side yard or a rear setback could be allowed to go down to 5 feet. So we have no flexibility on that. That's a requirement that comes out of the state statute. There is a size requirement that comes with the accessory dwelling units. They cannot be greater than 75% of the size of the primary home, not to exceed 1,000 square feet. Our zoning ordinance already limits very similarly. We had 50%, not to exceed 50% of the primary dwelling, and not to exceed 1,000 square feet. So we are already in the habit of regulating size of accessory dwelling units. There will be water and wastewater considerations, just like any new home being built. What is your water and wastewater solution? If you're in Coconino Village, you got to show that KVID will issue a tap to this house. Likewise, Donny Park Water, you name it. So those were the other considerations we wanted to bring up. Thank you for the discussion and your direction. Very well put, and we will move forward with that.
Thank you. I do have a question. Has any of the other counties, especially in northern Arizona, but have any of the other counties already enacted an ordinance along the lines that we're looking at here for that second ADU?
So I can answer that. We had our quarterly civil deputies meeting maybe about a month or 6 weeks ago, and this was one of our discussions. And I think a lot of other counties are preparing and putting through ordinances similar to this. I've only seen one, I think from Mojave County, maybe I saw theirs, but I haven't seen many of the others, but everyone's considering it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And we discussed that we have a Arizona Association of County Planning Directors. We meet typically quarterly, and several of my peers I saw at the Arizona APA conference. So everyone is under the same requirement. Some of the other counties had similar zoning ordinances to us that they already allowed one accessory dwelling unit. So everyone's under, we've discussed amongst ourselves these requirements, and everyone's in the same process. Several may be ahead of us already in completing it, but everyone's moving to get done by the end of the year.
Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Wow, that's I think a great opportunity for us moving forward. So thank you. Thanks for bringing it forward, Jess. Really appreciate that. And with that, members of the board, it's 10 to 12. And so we are going to write, unless, I'm sorry, Deputy County Managers, anything you have to add?
There is one update relevant to this conversation and about wildfire insurance that we've talked about in our other conversations. The task force that Battalion Chief Petrogi had mentioned that he is a member of, that Tom Torres is chairing, we have confirmed will start meeting in January and will not issue their recommendations until December of 2026. So just tying all these development items together. So we would not expect any recommendations to the legislature until after that, until the 2027 session. So just an update relevant to these conversations.
Okay. All right. With that then, we are going to take our lunch break and we will come back at 1:15 for a regular session. We have an important proclamation on Domestic Violence Awareness Month and other important business. So we hope that you'll return this afternoon, and we are taking a break until 1:15. Thank you. And welcome back to our board meeting. And we have all of our supervisors with us, as I indicated before, except for Supervisor Fowler, who's back in Washington, D.C., doing work on behalf of the county. And we appreciate her being back there and advocating for us all. We are continuing with our meeting, and we have some special guests here besides, of course, the sheriff and some of his staff. We have some folks from Search and Rescue here today. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the proclamation next, and then we will, before the consent agenda, we will do the important item 21, so that we don't have to take you away from your afternoon any longer than you already are being taken away. So we will amend the agenda after our proclamation. But before we get there, we do have a very important proclamation before us. And I need to find where I am in my agenda so we can go forward. We are on item 3, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, something we have done in the past and something that we unfortunately will probably have to do in the future. With that, I'm going to turn this over to, we have Sarah Young-Patton and Jennifer Runge with Victims Witness, who are going to present and read this proclamation today. And I know we also have our county attorney, Ammon Barker, is also going to present on this proclamation. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to you, please. Good to see you, and thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me. So whereas October is annually recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and whereas domestic violence is a pattern of abusive behavior in intimate relationships used by one partner to exert power and gain control over the other, and whereas domestic violence can involve physical, sexual, emotional, economic, or psychological threats or action, and whereas, although progress has been made toward preventing and ending domestic violence and providing support to survivors and their families, important work remains to be done. And whereas, domestic violence affects more than 16 million people every year in the United States, and Arizona has the 5th highest rate of domestic violence against women. And whereas, anyone can be a victim of domestic violence, regardless of age, gender, economic status, race, religion, sexual orientation, or education. And whereas domestic violence is the 3rd leading cause of homelessness among families in the United States. And whereas at least 25% of all children witness domestic violence at least one time during childhood, which can lead to long-term consequences, including difficulty in school, substance abuse, behavioral problems, and serious adult health problems. And whereas all survivors and communities deserve access to culturally responsive, trauma-informed programs and services to increase safety and improve overall community awareness and responsiveness. And whereas we recognize that survivors of domestic violence exhibit amazing courage, strength, and determination. And whereas we support and recognize the efforts of community organizations that provide services and support to survivors of domestic violence. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge citizens to get involved to support our local nonprofit organizations serving survivors of domestic violence and encourage healthy relationships to help end domestic violence.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you reading that. And I know there'll be some comments, but before we get there, I'm going to ask for a motion proclaiming and designating October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Supervisor Begay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
And Supervisor Ontiveros, a second that. All those in favor, please indicate it by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. And thank you so much. And I don't know if you'd like, if there's anything you would like to present on events or things that may, education or events that may be going on with Victims Witness on this.
Sure, we're always open to present at different events. We have a few throughout this month. You're more than welcome to go to our website. It's www.vwsnaz.org. Or you'll hear me in the movie theater and on the radio, and it's on there. It is www.vwshelps.org. So please join us there. We would love to have any sort of participation and other opportunities. Please reach out.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all you do. And we have County Attorney Barker, and I'm going to have you come up first, and then we'll get some comments from our board.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ammon Barker. I'm the county attorney. I'm just grateful to be here to talk about this. I'm grateful for the board, to the board for highlighting this important conversation. You know, in the criminal justice system, it's a conversation we have daily. In fact, yesterday we just received a guilty verdict on a case, a domestic violence case, where a boyfriend shot at his girlfriend. Luckily missed her, but put her in great fear. And unfortunately, this is just something that we see a lot. I was reconnected recently with a friend out in Loop, and the reason I know this person, sadly, is because her sister died of domestic violence. It was an incident that I prosecuted years ago, where her sister was murdered by her boyfriend. She was shot 10 times here in Flagstaff, and we've talked about that over the last few years, and it's sad to me that these things happen. We know that a lot of this is preventable. We know that there are great resources in our communities. But unfortunately, this is just something that continues to happen. I have some stats from our office I wanted to just highlight. In the last 3 years, we've filed 800 domestic violence felony cases. We've filed or prosecuted 687 domestic violence misdemeanor cases. In this last year, we saw an increase in domestic violence filings. And that could be related to a number of factors and variables. I won't opine on that today, but it's just to say that this is a conversation we need to continue to have and bring light to. I appreciate the proclamation. I appreciate the part where it talks about that anybody can be a victim of something like this. I would venture to guess that everybody in this room has someone they know that has been a victim of some type of domestic violence, either through emotional abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse. It is very common. I want to acknowledge today, just in closing, that we have great partnerships with our law enforcement agencies that respond to these dangerous calls every day. I want to acknowledge the community organizations that we work with, Victim Witness Services, contracts with our county. I want to acknowledge also Northland Family Help Center, who does a great work, Sharon Manor, Hope Cottage, our shelter services. All of these agencies and entities provide such valuable resources for victims of domestic violence, and we couldn't do this work without them. Finally, I just want to say to victims of domestic violence that we hear you and we see you. We're here to help, and I hope that no one gives up hope. That hope is available, that resources are available to everybody. Thank you for that time.
Thank you, County Attorney, and thank you for all you do on behalf of Coconino County and our residents here in Coconino County. And we certainly did not want to hear those very chilling statistics you just gave us. It's very disturbing to hear, and very disturbing to hear that it is going up. And to our community members, I think you say it very well when you say we hear you and we see you. We're here for you. You named many of the resources available here in Coconino County and here in Flagstaff for victims of domestic violence. But we also know we're here for each other. And please reach out to your family, reach out to your friends, reach out to the law enforcement. Mostly just please reach out. We are here to help. So really appreciate this, appreciate the proclamation being read. I'm sorry that this is still something that we're having to deal with, and just so disappointed to hear that it's increasing. So it's horrible. So thank you for the information. I see we have a number of folks from the community. I'm going to ask if anybody, community members, would like to make some comments. You're welcome to. And otherwise, there's no pressure. I'm just noticing that you're here. And thank you for being here. And thank you for all you do.
Just asked Shailene if she wants to come up here. She said, definitely. So thank you so much, Supervisor Horseman, for the opportunity to talk. My name is Devonna McLaughlin. I'm with Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. Our agency owns and operates Sharon Manor, and Shailene's with?
I'm with Northland Family Help Center. I'm the executive director. We operate emergency shelter for domestic violence victims, as well as trauma counseling and legal advocacy.
And I just want to take a quick moment to thank you. Thank the folks that work for Coconino County and our partners, the Sheriff's Department, the County Attorney's Office. Really, I think they did a great job of recognizing this as a community-wide problem, and I appreciate so much the team that is behind those that support survivors of domestic violence. It is not an easy job. I also want to recognize our staff at Sharon Manor who deal with the trauma, vicarious trauma, and historic trauma that gets relayed to them on a daily basis, helping folks really work to overcome that and to envision a different future for themselves and their families. And to the survivors that we serve on a daily basis, I am honored and amazed by the work that they do to heal themselves and to build a different future. And I'm just so grateful for the community support that makes it possible. So on behalf of those of us at Sharon Manor, thank you for all that you guys do, the awareness, the support, the investments, and really the heart that makes it possible to do that work we do. We continue to hope to not see you every year, but we are grateful for the support that you give us year after year. So thank you, and I'll be quiet. I don't know if you want.
I do, just reflecting the comments about survivors reaching out. It is really important. Sometimes it can feel like or seem like services may be based out of Flagstaff, but they are throughout our entire county and throughout Northern Arizona. And we have advocates with victim witness services and several other programs placed throughout the county. If people are unsure of where or how to go, we have a 24-hour crisis line, 928-527-1900, with staff that can point you in the direction of those resources and support. So it's important to know 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there's somebody available.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you both for everything you do. And I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues here on the board if any comments you would like to make. Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for coming before the board and bringing, helping us to address this thing that is not good, all the way across, for domestic violence, and it affects everybody. There are so many people that are involved, and it kind of involves like the physical aspect of it, emotional and psychological, actions and things like that. So I just want to say, regardless of it affects the race, different races, and then also gender, age, all of this stuff. It's not, nobody is really exempt from it, for people that have to go through this whole thing. And then I just want to say that it is our responsibility to ensure that all are people that need help and programs and services that we can provide, for the families that really need these services, because education is a key, and getting out there and helping them and getting them help and getting them out of the situation if possible. And so I just want to say that, it's our job to improve awareness and, with throughout the whole communities that we serve within Coconino County. And I applaud all the staff, the organization departments, and other programs, in taking this big task on. Is something that affects probably each and every one of us in some shape or form. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you do, and I'm glad to, support this resolution that's coming forth before the board. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you reading the proclamation, and Mr. Barker, I appreciate the brief presentation that you gave. When I was preparing for this hearing and reading the proclamation, I did not realize that Arizona was fifth. Fifth, yeah. Highest. I did not realize that. And then I further did not realize until you gave the statistics right now as to what's happening in Coconino County. So there is a lot of work to be done. And I'll just say that I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And thank you for the work that you guys are doing and for everyone here this morning. I mean, this afternoon.
And we do have, I'm so sorry, Supervisor Vasquez.
Got to jump in or I'll get passed over. All right, thank you. I just had some talking points and stats of domestic violence that I wanted to share. Domestic violence is a silent epidemic affecting every community, including ours. In Arizona, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men will experience severe intimate partner violence in their lifetime, and Coconino County is not immune. In Coconino County, law enforcement responds to hundreds of domestic violence calls each year. Flagstaff Police Department alone reported over 500 DV-related incidents in 2024. And as was mentioned by our county attorney, the number is just going up, and that's a little concerning and a little scary. Our indigenous communities face disproportionate rates of domestic violence. Native American women are 2.5 times more likely to experience sexual assault and domestic violence than other racial groups. Coconino County must continue working with tribal partners to address this crisis. Domestic violence is not just physical, it includes emotional, financial, and psychological abuse. Survivors often face isolation, economic hardship, and long-term trauma that ripple through families and generations. Children exposed to domestic violence are more likely to experience mental health challenges and repeat cycles of abuse. In Coconino County, over 40% of domestic violence cases involve children either witnessing or being directly affected. Shelters and support services are essential, but they're stretched thin. Northland Family Help Center and other local organizations provide critical services, but demand continues to outpace resources. We must invest in prevention, not just response. Education programs in schools, community outreach, and cultural responsive counseling can help break the cycle before violence begins. Domestic violence affects people of all genders, sexual orientations, and backgrounds. LGBTQ individuals, men, and elders also face abuse and deserve inclusive, affirming support systems. Coconino County is committed to being part of the solution through partnerships with law enforcement, nonprofits, tribal governments, and healthcare providers. We are working to build a safer and more compassionate community. This proclamation is more than just symbolic. It's a call to action. Let it remind us that every survivor deserves to be heard, believed, and supported, and together we can end domestic violence in Coconino County. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez. And we do have a proclamation here, and if you wouldn't mind, those who stand together against domestic violence and to increase awareness, we would ask you to join us just right outside here. We'll have a photo with the proclamation, and we'll definitely get the word out and let our community know we stand together. So come on, and we'll do that real quick. Is Supervisor Vasquez in the house? Lindsay, are we back on? All right, we are on. All right. So we are going to turn to item 21 because we have very important people here in the house. This is a consideration and possible action to approve the donation of a 2025 F550 Super Duty Lariat truck from Coconino County Sheriff's Search and Rescue, Inc. to the Coconino County Sheriff's Office to be used in search and rescue operations. And with that, I see Sheriff Brett Oxland here, and hopefully he'll introduce the folks that are also here in attendance this afternoon. So good to see you, Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. Brett Axland, Sheriff. I am here today, as you said, excited to ask for your approval of the donation of the 2025 Ford F-350 Super Duty truck from Coconino County Search and Rescue, Inc. to our own search and rescue team for operations. I'd like to first start off, like you said, by introducing our folks that are here today and really the stars of the show. I'd like to start off by introducing Damian Glassy, Scott Reynolds, Tom Combrink, Art Thompson, and Sean Nitman. These are very valuable to us. We'll talk about it in just a minute, but we have over 100 of our volunteers for search and rescue, and at times we've needed every single one of them. So they've been great. I'd also like to introduce Sergeant Aaron Dick. He is over our entire search and rescue division. He's here to our left. He's got two deputies that work for him. We got Paul Clifton and we got Sam Lehman. And of course, Commander James Stang over our operations division. What I'd like to talk about first of all is the need for this vehicle that we're asking we accept donation of today. SAR often responds to remote or difficult areas in our county, all over our county, really that are not always accessible by our four-wheel drive patrol vehicles. This is really due to an increase in extreme sports like technical canyoneering, climbing, and overlanding. Recreationalists in our area that come from all over really the world have better vehicles, equipment, satellite communications, which really take them deeper into our backcountry, make it a lot more difficult to get to. When those emergencies happen, our SAR has to respond to those, and they need reliable equipment to be able to get to them. Several months ago, two of our SAR volunteers recognized the need for a dedicated rescue truck to address some of these issues. The Coconino County Sheriff's Search and Rescue, Inc. Found funding from donations from SAR volunteers, the public, and grants to pay for this vehicle. This truck has been custom built for transporting personnel and rescue equipment related to technical rescue. That's currently actually coming back from Chico, California, where we'd have it here for the picture as well. So we're eagerly anticipating the arrival of it. What I would like to do is just name off some of the foundations and individuals that donated money for the vehicle. Del Webb Foundation in the amount of $150,000, Joshua Foundation for $125,000, Core Construction for $10,000, our own search and rescue volunteers for over $32,000, the Coalition of American Canyoneers, $1,000, and Rich Riddell with Trail Tech LLC for $1,000. Finally, I'd like to leave you with a few of our SAR facts, our search and rescue facts, approximate averages that we respond to a year. So about anywhere between 125 and 150 actual missions each year in which SAR volunteers are called out to do. These do not include just the, I would say, easier ones that our deputies respond to on a normal basis. They donate over 12,000 volunteer hours each year. That saves the county, that saves the sheriff's office a high amount of financing and budgetary savings. Every year, approximately 184 people are assisted by our search and rescue team. 10% of those 184 every year are considered life saved. So without the search and rescue response, they would not be here today. Our SAR Mountain Rescue Team is internationally accredited and certified in technical rock rescue, alpine rescue, and wilderness search techniques. Just to give you an example, last Friday of our search and rescue team's callouts. At 8 a.m. in the morning, they started off with a call out for a litter carry for an injured person at Camp Navajo. They turned around at 12 o'clock noon and responded to Insomnia Canyon for a technical rope rescue. At 6:30 p.m., they responded to Blue Ridge for a suicide body recovery. At 10 o'clock p.m., they again responded to Humphreys Peak for an injured hiker. They were back at Humphreys Peak that next night on Saturday night for the same thing, another injured hiker. They're a very, very busy team, and we really, really appreciate their volunteering to do that. We would absolutely not be able to accomplish our statutory responsibility of search and rescue without all these great, incredible people that donate their time to us. So I'd like to thank them very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And again, you all just thank you for all that you do. And, 12,000 volunteer hours, that may save us money, but mostly it saves lives and it makes our community safer. So thank you so much for the great job that you do. And boy, this is one big truck. I just looked it up. It is it is one big truck. So that's great. Be a wonderful addition to the search and rescue and to the sheriff's office. So at this point, we need a motion to approve the donation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Supervisor Vasquez. We have a motion to accept the donation of another 2025 Ford F-550 Super Duty Lariat truck. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So that congratulations. And I know we want to take a picture, but before we do, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to see if they have some questions or comments. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Well, I don't have any comments, but I was listening to your statistics. You said 12,000 hours a year annually.
That's correct. Approximately 12,000 every year.
Yeah. So that breaks down to 1,000 a month, like 250 a week. And I was thinking, how could that be until you started listing off what happened last Friday? And that is a lot. So thank you for the work you do, and thank all of you guys for what you do and the donation of this vehicle.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you to all you volunteers that are part of our search and rescue and the team. It's just so important, such a valuable asset to our county. People don't realize that, like, for example, when they go to the national parks or other areas and they get lost on the Forest Service, it's you guys that go save them. There's not another search and rescue team out here that can do what you do. And so thank you for doing what you do, and look forward to seeing how this new truck helps operations for you. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Wow, that's a fancy truck. I wouldn't mind a truck like that, which is Lariat. Oh, but anyway, I think I can pull my big horse trailer with that too. But anyway, thank you so much for the donation. I greatly appreciate all the work that you guys do. I know that, you put yourself out there on the line too, through floods or fire sometimes, whatever you face. I just wanted you guys to be safe out there and take care of yourself. And I greatly appreciate, very honored to accept this donation on behalf of everyone here too. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. And with that, if you don't mind, let's get a picture. We're sorry the truck's not here. I'd love to see it in person. So although she might try to put her horse trailer on. And so let's go on the other side here and get a photo taken.
you, Ethel?
Well, we're back. And I'm sorry the truck's not here. That would have been cool. But Judy would want to drive it, so I don't know. It's just- All right, we're going back to the agenda items. We went a little out of order. We are back to our consent agenda, starting with number 4. Consent agenda items are number 4 through number 17. I've been asked to table number 17. I'll use the board's prerogative to table number 17. With that, members of the public and members of the folks that are here today, consent agendas are ministerial or administrative in nature. These items can be handled through one motion and one vote. They are not separated for discussion. However, we, the board, have the authority to go ahead and remove an item for separation. And if we do, those items can be individually discussed, and there will be an individual motion and vote for those. So I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if any of them would like any items removed from the consent agenda. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, please remove item number 9.
Right, item number 9. Any other items to remove? All right, we have 17, which isn't tabled. So then I would take a motion for us to approve items 4 through 16, exclusive of number 9. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It is unanimous. Consent agenda is approved. We're going to go back to number 9. This is consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of Vidal Mendoza as a District 2 representative to the Coconino Historic, or Hispanic Historic, Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council, CHOC. It's historic too, for a 4-year term to expire December 30th, 2029. And you asked for separation, so I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Really excited to be able to appoint a new member to CHOC, and with that, I'll hand it over to staff.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. James Orlowski, your Director of Strategic Initiatives, and just happy to be here today. I want to introduce you to Vidal Mendoza. I guess volunteerism is kind of the theme of at least the first part of this afternoon's meeting, and so very happy to introduce you to Vidal. She's already been attending the council's meetings, so she knows what she's getting in for. And I don't want to step on her too much by talking about all of her rich experience professionally and volunteer-wise. But I did just want to say that she's already volunteering for events before her official appointment, and so I think that speaks to her interest and passion and real dedication. And so with that, I'm happy to introduce Vidal Mendoza, if it's the pleasure of the.
Vidal, thank you for being here with us this afternoon, and thank you for your volunteerism.
Sorry, thank you for having me. I got a little something together because one of my least favorite things to do is talk about myself. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about myself. So my name is Vidal Mendoza. I was named after my great grandmother on my maternal side. I am here from, I also want to acknowledge my history and my ancestors. I come from Peruvian and Mexican descent, and I am a first of many child. And this is actually quite an important day because actually I am the product of a domestic violence household, which was verbally abusive. So kind of hit differently in regards to it being this day. But my pronouns are she, her, ella. As a member of the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Board, I will bring my deep commitment to educational equity, community engagement, and advocacy for Hispanic Latina voices in Northern Arizona. In today's political climate, it is critical to amplify and safeguard the perspectives of our community, ensuring that both challenges and opportunities are addressed. Drawing from my leadership role in TRIO Student Support Services, I will serve as a conduit between NAU's Hispanic Latina student body and the broader Flagstaff community, young and old. I will contribute a practitioner's perspective and a community-centered lens, uplifting cultural strengths and fostering partnerships across education, business, and civic sectors. My goal is to be a collaborative bridge builder, listening, representing, and acting to support meaningful outcomes for Hispanic Latina communities in Coconino County. Shameless plug, I also want to share that the program I currently serve as assistant director for is currently under attack. So it faces possible funding cuts that would jeopardize opportunities for first generation, low income, and underserved students to access resources that help them succeed in college. We must stand up now to defend TRIO, ensuring that every student, despite their background, despite their socioeconomic upbringing, have equal opportunities as to everyone else that is non-first gen. And it helps with providing that direct student support. I'm also a TRIO alum. It is TRIO that I started instead of saying, this is not for me, to why not? And it is through my TRIO mentor. But thank you, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Appreciate your words and telling a little bit about your story, and really appreciate the fact that you're volunteering to join CHOC, because it isn't a paid or staff position. It's something that's done on voluntary time. And so really appreciate you joining the group. And unless any of my colleagues have any comments, I'll ask for a motion.
You're making the motion?
I'll make the
I
motion.
have a motion, and we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Welcome aboard to the Coconino County family, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We're moving along here. The next is we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and we have item number 18. Number 18 is also, although it's only one item, it is a consent agenda item. Would anybody like to remove this from the consent agenda? And if not, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda of the Flood Control District. I have a motion to accept the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda has been passed. We are going to move on now. As directors, we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion? A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. We need to resolve as a Public Health Service District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now Public Health Service District Board of Directors. We have before us a consent agenda item for the Public Health Service District Just one item. Does anybody want to remove the item from the consent agenda? If not, I'd entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda. Have a motion to accept the consent agenda
Second.
and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have passed the consent agenda. As directors, we now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're now the Board of Supervisors, but once again, we need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now directors for the Jail District, and we have a Jail District consent agenda. It's just one, item number 20. If anybody wants to remove it, please indicate, or I would accept a motion to accept the Jail District consent agenda.
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We need to now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now once again the Board of Supervisors, and we are moving on. We're a little ahead of schedule, and I see the next item is the presentation and discussion from the Coconino County Treasurer's annual report and investments. And
Madam Chair, the treasurer is not yet with us. I do suggest that we just take this moment. We can go ahead to item 25, if you're correct, and Keith Breckus is with us to give us a short government affairs update while we wait upon the treasurer in her office.
then with that, we'll once again move a little ahead in our agenda. Number 25 is discussion and update regarding the state and or federal legislative and or administrative matters. And we have Keith Breckus with us. So Keith, what do you have to say?
Nothing. No.
All right, well, let's move on.
No, I'm good. No, before I go into the shutdown update, I will give a legislative update of sorts, I guess. But our Congressman Eli Crane has introduced the North Rim Restoration Act of 2025. The purpose of that act would be to accelerate the rebuilding of the Grand Canyon North Rim Lodge after the Dragon Bravo fire. It would allow for faster tracking of contractor hiring and but it also ensures spending transparency in the bill. I did give everybody a copy of it. I don't expect you to read the legislation necessarily from piece to piece, but just to see it there, it's a couple pages. We've already engaged with Representative Crane's office, and the county is certainly supportive of this effort. We believe that rebuilding the Grand Canyon North Rim Lodge and doing some of the improvements there would be very helpful. And it also allows for restoration and some of the other things that are county priorities. So we're excited that he's introduced that, and we'll continue to track that and see. Any questions on that before I move?
And Madam Chair, if I may add
comment?
one piece of
Sure.
information very key to this, the emergency authorities that are being utilized in this bill pre-existed in law. So this is not a change of getting rid of environmental or cultural or sacred standards. They already exist in the law. There's emergency timelines that are now implemented under this bill that would allow those procedures to move faster and quicker. So I just want to be clear that standards are still preserved. The timelines are greatly accelerated and becomes a priority under the emergency acts to be able to move those issues forward. So,
And this is a bill to also keep our public lands in public hands. Is that correct? There's this, we're on record, so you have to speak. Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Thank you. They can't see you shaking your head.
That's
I
right.
don't know.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? All right.
If not, I'll move forward with the federal government shutdown. I think we're in a spot, they're probably aware that there's continuing concern that this will be a prolonged shutdown. Probably for sure, well, very likely that nothing will be resolved this week. Every time they go for a vote in the Senate, the vote comes out the same as the time before, so nobody's budged. And I think we're kind of in a spot where public opinion is somewhat split over who's responsible, and the tendency is the shutdown would probably end quicker if one side was taking all the blame, but when it's sort of a stalemate, I think both parties think we're winning. Maybe they're both losing, but if they're both losing at the same time, there's not great incentive for one side to, give in and fold and let the other side win. So I think that's an unfortunate perhaps outcome, but it means that the shutdown will probably continue. There has been some uncertainty about what that means in certain areas. The Office of Management and Budget, for example, have put out something that people wouldn't get back paid after the furlough. Then the president or the White House today said they would get paid, so it's not really clear what's happening there. So just little things happening. And I know there's things like air traffic controller issues where one airport in California was without air traffic controllers. So those kind of disruptions are out there. But in some of the spaces, like federal lands and stuff, we're seeing a lot of things that are still open so people can enjoy our national parks. They can't go into the visitor centers. But I'll go into the detail of the Coconino County parks in a moment. I did want to identify one other concern in terms of our congressionally directed spending. And this has to do with when the shutdown does finally conclude. They'll probably first take up the National Defense Authorization Act. Then according to Nexus, Bob Holmes at Nexus, they will have two minibus bills that will be Ag, VA, and legislative branch funding in one of them, and probably transportation, housing and urban development, interior and energy in the other one. The unfortunate aspect for us in terms of timing is the Homeland Security bill is where our congressionally directed spending project would appear if they approve of, which is the Emergency Operations Center. And if you probably follow politics right now, Homeland Security is one of the areas where the parties have some disagreements. It has nothing to do with our congressionally directed project specifically, but because of arguments over how border policy or funding disagreements within Homeland Security, that particular segment of appropriations will probably get delayed, which means that that bill might be the last one that they do agree on when the government does come back in. Seeing that the treasurer's here, I'll move along quickly. But in terms of national parks, as you probably know, most of the parks are open for visitation. In fact, there's no entry fee right now if you go to the Grand Canyon, so it's not a bad time to visit in that respect. Like I said, the visitor centers are closed, the South Rim Visitor Center, but there's no entrance fees being collected, so some of the other activities that people can enjoy, welcome to do that. Most of the restaurants, those types of things are open because those are private companies, and so it is an opportunity to visit some of the parks. There are a few exceptions. Walnut Canyon National Monument is a full closure, so that's one to be aware of. The other monuments, Wupatki, Sunset Crater, you can go to. The visitor centers are not open, but the monuments are. The restrooms are open at Sunset Crater. The restrooms at the Wupatki Visitor Center are not open. I think there's some smaller restrooms there, though, that are possibly may or may not be open. But in any case, Walnut Canyon is the one full closure, so that's one to be notable of. Also on Wupatki, all the trails are open except for the Wupatki Pueblo Trail. I think what's happening here is because of staff cutbacks and limited enforcement, some of the areas that are really important to protect traditional sites and stuff, that's probably part of the reason for full closures there, is just because places that have historically been vandalized, important kind of to make sure that people aren't able to access that without the appropriate enforcement. Glen Canyon's open, all the activities on the lakes are open and stuff, although the Carl Hayden Visitor Center is closed. Navajo Bridge Visitor Center is also closed. In terms of other programs, I think some of the things that are close to getting cut off that people have talked about or expressed concerns about, I think there's no super immediate concerns with, for example, temporary assistance for needy families. There are no first quarter payments being made because that expired on September 30th. However, we checked with HHS here, and the state of Arizona does have what are called unspent maintenance of efforts, or MOE funds. Those funds are being utilized, and so the TANF program will continue as long as those funds exist, and there's no immediate concern that those funds are in danger of running out. The other one that I know the board has asked about, or members have, is the WIC program, the Women and Infant Children's Program. The next decision point for that is scheduled for next week. WIC currently remains open and is actively serving clients and issuing food cards. And while that programming might not last forever, there's no super immediate concerns with the running out. And also, I did read today in Axios that the White House is considering a creative solution to keep WIC program going by using Section 232 tariff revenue, which is, so Trump's current tariffs, that potentially they could shift some of that revenue to WIC. I'm not sure, there's some suggestion that with the courts that may or may not be legal, but the fact that they have a commitment or have indicated that they're interested in keeping the WIC program funding is probably a good sign that people will find ways to keep that going if the shutdown is prolonged. Although, you know, it's always consider the source, and if it's challenged in the courts, that might be an issue. But if they're looking for ways to keep the program funding, that's probably promising. Some other programs that are already funded, were already funded for FY26, so are not in jeopardy right now immediately, are education Title I grants to local education agencies. Those were already funded. Special education grants were pre-funded. And Indian Health Services, because of advanced appropriations, would operate normally as well. So there's quite a few places where the shutdown doesn't have an impact. And then there are a few where it does, which I've identified. Also, I think in EPA space, that's another area of concern because some of the things like hazardous waste and chemical facility inspections are paused. Clean water, drinking water programs and brownfield grants funding are halted. So there are some issues there, but with a lot of the other programs, we're still sort of functioning as normal if a shutdown isn't too long. And I'll stop there. I've said a lot, so I don't want to keep going, but if anybody has any comments or questions.
Comments or questions? Super. All right. I think that's it. Keith, thank you. And thanks for the update. I'm sorry. Yes, Deputy County Manager.
Just vitally important that if you don't have your CSA hotel reservation made yet, please do so for Yuma. The block actually closed Monday, so yesterday. So please check with your directors and make sure you're all booked. And
If you are.
contact us if we need help.
All right. Very good. All right. Very good. Thank you. Thanks, Keith, as always. And please keep us informed as we move forward with the shutdown. Obviously, the longer that this continues, the more effects we're going to see here in Coconino County. So thank you. We are moving along and we have our treasurer. And it's always great to see our treasurer with us. She keeps Coconino County, not only the county, but keeps all of our residents in good stead with all of our rules, responsibilities, etc., and keeps the treasury safe. And really, I always appreciate to see her. And I am going to turn this over to Sarah Benatar, our county treasurer, for her annual report. So thank you very much. Good to see you.
Afternoon. There we go. Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. It's great to see you all, and thank you for the kind words. We just passed out a presentation. It was also emailed yesterday. I know it was not in the original packet. We wanted to make sure that we had the most up-to-date information, especially because we always like to use our annual report presentation to also give an economic outlook, an economic update to the board from one of our partners. So I will introduce Paulina a little bit later, but we do have Paulina Wu, who is now with Meter, to give us a little bit of information. So we just finished wrapping up FY25. We are kicking and rocking in FY26. Tax collections are they're coming in. So, but it's always good to give an update as to what happened in the year that we just wrapped up. So the treasurer's office, we collect property taxes. That's what I always say we're most known for, but it actually is a small percentage of what our office actually does. So we are also the bank for not just the county, but every school district, fire district, the community college, and other special districts such as hospital districts and water districts. That means we manage their debt service, credit lines, everything you think of when you go to the bank, users, deposit accounts, check scanning, etc. We also serve as the chief investment officer for all those districts and manage the pooled investment portfolio. So I'm going to give an update on all these aspects of our office. And then just to let everyone know, this is an oral report in response to the written annual report that was sent to the board back in August on the fiscal year end. So a couple of key highlights for FY25. Not sure if you remember, but it was a very big year for advocacy work for our office in response to the unfortunate news that came out of another county here in Arizona with their books. So we actually worked directly with Representative Matt Gress, who is chair of the House Audit Committee, vice chairman of House Appropriations, chair of education, and introducing several bills, 2 of which passed, 1 did not, to really ensure more transparency and more accountability in Treasury offices across the state, and also provide the opportunity for the Auditor General to work directly with financial institutions to get our information, as opposed to just going directly to the treasurer for it. Additionally, we, if you remember, had a big change, and we're still in the process of. We went out for bank RFP as required by statute, and we actually awarded it to a new partner. So we are working with PNC Bank. Very excited. This tax season, we actually did implement the lockbox service. So their property tax collections by mail are actually being processed by the bank, which is great. It's actually a 48-hour turnaround time, which means we're getting the cash right away. Our property owners are not waiting weeks for us to be able to process and post those tax payments. So the money is directly coming out of their accounts. And additionally, we are getting that revenue right away into our taxing district. So there isn't a lull, especially the summer is a very low cash flow time for the county and for our taxing districts. Additionally, the facility is very secure. They have 24/7 secure operations with a security guard and everything. We actually went and toured the facility in June just to make sure that we were very comfortable with what we were doing. So that's a very exciting piece. Other things that we'll be rolling out is we will be adopting AVS, which is account validation services for all invoice verifications. We will actually be opening that up to not just our office, but anyone in the county and any of our taxing districts. They can put invoice information in there. It'll populate kind of a code, tell you, how accurate is this information? Does this bank account really belong to this vendor? And so that intention of it is to help mitigate fraud risk, specifically around invoice fraud, that we are seeing a huge increase of, and we have seen that within our community lately. And then finally, we continue to provide our expertise across not just the state, but nationally, sharing our best practices, our investments, and talking about economic issues at the local level. And so some of the work that we've done has been picked up not just by local media, but statewide and national news, including NPR, Telemundo, and CNN. So property tax collections, this year we were at 97.85% at fiscal year end, which is actually a decrease from the prior year. The prior year we were just over 98%. So these 97-ish% collection rates trends with what we've seen during COVID and when we've gone through economic recessions. And when taking a look at our delinquent parcels, it's actually more commercial businesses than it is residential, and it's not all in one sector. So we are watching and monitoring this closely because that is usually a sign that things are not going well economically for our community. So FY25 totals, that's the period covering July 1st, 24 through June 30th, 25. Our office was very busy with reconciling. So we receipted in just under $700 million. This includes taxes, sales tax, delinquent interest agency account. So that's grant revenue that our districts in the county receives and earn interest on investments. That's up about 7% from the prior fiscal year. In terms of disbursements, we dispersed just over $665 million. That's paying warrants, so that's paying your bills, debt service, dispersing money to the state for fees collected by courts, et cetera. That was up about 8% from last fiscal year, so FY24. And then overall, we reconciled a total of $1.38 billion last year in our office. I have a little typo that should say FY24, but that is a 9% increase from the prior fiscal year. So we are reconciling in the billions. That is the new normal for our office the last couple of years. So I appreciate your support through the years, especially as we've been able to build up our banking team, because they're the ones who are reconciling and keeping eyes and making sure that literally every penny, we know where it's at. And so we do that every day. Before I continue, does anyone have questions so far? I tend to sometimes get very in the zone and want to make sure I'm okay.
So far, so good.
Thank you. So funds breakdown. If you remember in the prior slide, we had a lot of receipts and disbursements. So on deposit at fiscal year end, we had about 432, just under that, $1 million. Of that, the bulk does belong to schools, but the county was just right behind them in terms of who the money belongs to. Then it's our special districts, our community college, and then it doesn't even make it on, it's this tiny little slither, but that's gonna be your rest of your court money that belongs to the state, and then there's a couple of treasure accounts that we have to manage and keep separate from the county funds. So I actually decided to compare it to FY20. You saw how much we increased, but I really wanted to give you a picture of how much we have increased in terms of money that we're managing in the last even 5 years. So we have increased by almost $120 million in a 5-year period. That's a lot. And with that comes extra responsibility for us to make sure that we know where all that money is. So again, I do want to thank the board for your support. And I know this year you did approve us to have a new FTE, and that is obviously going to use. They are actually in our banking division. So we have additional separation of duties. And again, we want to make sure all this money is there. It's taxpayer money. It's there to benefit our constituents. We want to make sure it's there when you all need it. So that is our number one priority, is to safeguard this money. So what are we actually, what are the expenses we're paying? Where is the money coming from? So on the left is a graph that talks about what expenses we're paying. So warrants, which are checks, about 59% of the money that we pay out on behalf of the county and our districts is actually paper checks. So it's still a little, that means when they're issuing it, we are getting the information from them. We are uploading that into our banking institution. We are verifying that the checks that are being presented to pay out are actually true and valid and not fraudulent. And we do work on fraudulent warrants whenever that comes up, which unfortunately is more often than not. After that, we do agency disbursement. So that's just essentially your wire ACH payments directly to, payroll, bills that they pay electronically, et cetera. And then we have remitted, and that's money that we actually send to the state. And then the other sliver, which didn't make it, is actually remitted that we collect for our cities.
I think it did too.
Yeah.
And since we are online, we want to make sure.
Can you hear?
I can't, I don't think it's working.
Okay.
So. See?
It's okay.
You know, it's just when you start talking about billions, you know, even the mics kind of get a little shaky.
There you go. It's back. It's true.
And it's back.
So the small sliver, which is actually, it didn't make it on there, but that's actually money that we disperse back to cities and towns. They are the only taxing districts that we actually don't serve as their bank, is our cities and towns. And in terms of the receipt, so actually the bulk of money that we get, about 70%, comes from agency deposits. So that's actually going to include your sales tax, grant revenues, fees for service, et cetera. Only about 26% of what we receive in a year is current property tax collections. And then just under 2% is your interest that's earned on our pooled investment portfolio. Those are our top 3 largest sources of receipts in our office. After that, you've got delinquent taxes, delinquent interest, fees for service that we actually collect, but those are not the top 3. Our top 3 are agency deposits, current year property tax collections, and earned income from our pooled investment portfolio. So this is where I personally love to spend my time. It's very important. It's safeguarding our public dollars. So for us, in terms of how we manage the investment portfolio, we're guided by federal requirements. We have Arizona law, and we also have our treasury investment policy. But our guiding principles are always going to be safety, liquidity, yield. So we want to make sure that every dollar in is a dollar out. We need to preserve principal and safeguard our public dollars. Liquidity, that has become extremely essential right now, is making sure we have enough cash on hand to pay the bills for everyone. So if you think about it, bulk of our money is going to be tied up in investment positions. So we have strategically diversified our portfolio to make sure that we have money coming in low cash flow months. And we have also accessibility to cash if need be for things that are unplanned or uncertain. We also have a very unique cash flow analysis that has taken into consideration responding to climate and environmental disasters, so fire and flooding. That makes sure that we have enough cash on hand if we have an emergency in the summer. And then finally, we want to make sure that we are earning a positive rate of return. But again, I will personally never sacrifice trying to get the highest yield at the expense of the safety of public money or making that we can't access it when we need it the most. So where was our money in terms of investments on fiscal year end? So this is a nice breakdown as to where we are investing the money. So the bulk of it, about 46%, is actually in agency bonds. After that, just under 30%, we are in corporate bonds. We also then have 14% in money markets, 10% in treasuries, and then district debt, CDs, and the state LGIP all make up less than 0.1% each. So this past fiscal year, we distributed net our fees for banking services. The total we actually distributed to all members of the pool was $11.85 million. A big chunk of that actually goes back to the county. Again, it's based off of the percentage that's on deposit with us. So that initial pie chart of over 30% of that came back to the county. So as we look into FY26, which we are here, federal laws, so HR 1 was signed into law on July 4th. That is going to bring with it some economic impacts. We're still a lot of uncertainty, but we are monitoring this closely because we know it is going to impact not just the county, but our taxing districts and our residents. And so if you go back to our collection rate, which was at the earlier slide, we have already started to see a decrease in collections. And so that's really important that we are monitoring what's going on and analyzing what's coming out of DC with these bills. Of course, that leads into, again, just the economic uncertainty. There's been a lot of legislation that's been happening. I think you guys hear on the news, there is a lot of uncertainty. And so that's kind of what we're looking at right now. So we're, again, monitoring closely, working with partners such as Paulina and others in the industry to make sure that we have the most up-to-date information, are following trends and analysis. Paulina will go a little bit into that. The other big thing is just we are seeing a change in rates. So we saw interest rates rise 11 times starting in March 2022. They just dropped rates. They're signaling more rates to come or more cuts to come. So that's something that impacts us as well in terms of how much we're earning on our portfolio. But then also, you know, that is one of several economic indicators that we are following to see how things are going within our community, and what's going to impact them. So before I turn it over to Paulina, are there any questions for me so far?
I have one, actually. You know, I know there has been some discussion, especially with our public schools, about shortfalls due to the big bill and also the shutdown, and about the possibility of doing loans, and maybe we're going to be talking about that later. But you know, you went through the investment portfolio. Would that be part of an investment portfolio?
Supervisor Horseman, it absolutely would. So we actually already currently have a little bit of district debt. I like to list it out separately because it is debt that we have invested in our districts. So we do currently have one that is a fire district, that we purchased a bond of theirs that they issued. And so, yes, if we do loans, it would be captured in there. And that is something that we've also been talking about, considering letting our superintendent of schools know, letting county management know what we look for when we do invest, but we do our due diligence. We make sure, again, that safety first. We need to make sure if we are investing that they can pay us back.
So there'll be collateral, I assume, for any loan. And what is the interest rate if we would do that?
So Supervisor Horseman, we always look at 50 basis points above what the Treasury is yielding for that time period. So it's a 5-year loan. It's 50 basis points above what the 5-year Treasury is yielding. So that ensures that we are being competitive still, but also realizing that that is less than what a district would get if they went on their own to try and find a loan.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Otherwise, thank you as always. We know we can depend and count on you for keeping our investments and our money safe. So thank you, and thank you for the great overview. Really appreciate it. So.
Thank you. And I'm not going anywhere. I am going to bring up Paulina Wu. She is Managing Director of Public Funds with Meter Investment Management. Prior to that, Paulina was with Western Alliance Bank and also with PFM Asset Management. Her bio is on here. She is a leader in the sector. We're actually very fortunate that she's based in Arizona, because a lot of times we are not that lucky. But Paulina's actually been working with the county for longer than I've been here. So I think we were calculating about 15 years. Paulina's been working with the county treasurer's office in some capacity. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paulina because she actually has some pretty great slides and great information to share.
Good, thank you, and thank you for being with us. Have you addressed us before, since you've been such a long-term partner?
A long time ago. I think there was also a virtual meeting at some point. This
Okay.
was during COVID, but it's been a hot minute. So I appreciate you giving me a little bit of time, and hopefully you find this information interesting. It's a bit of a market update. I'm gonna sort of give you an overview and hopefully more questions than me talking to you. But I appreciate the opportunity, and feel free to chime in anytime.
And is the mic on? Just want to make sure. Okay,
All right.
dynamite. Thank you.
Of course. Oh, okay. There we go. Sorry. So as I was saying, feel free to butt in and ask any questions anytime. This is interesting information, so I'd rather have you all interact with me than me speaking at you. So a couple of things that we talk about that I want to highlight that is of interest to you, and is also what the treasurer looks at on a regular basis. And she sort of highlighted this in her presentation. The first is rates. What are interest rates doing? So you asked a question about the 5-year. The 5-year right now is about a 3.75. So add 50 basis points to that, roughly. But in addition to that, it's rates across the curve at which your investment portfolio is going to be at and where the Fed is going. The second part is the general overall economic picture for the country and for the state. And so when we think about those two things, we think about these big economic indicators. One is Fed policy, so that's where rates are. Next is what the direction of inflation is. Next, it would be growth. So you generally see that in our GDP readings, local, federal, state GDP. You also see that employment, and then of course where yields are and what the yield curve looks like. And just if you haven't ever seen a yield curve, and I'll show you one, it is just the plot of yields for treasuries or any sort of fixed income securities at any point in time, usually on a monthly or annual basis. So we'll show you that curve as we go through. So here's an outlook. I included this so that you could have it for later if you ever want something to put yourself to sleep at night. I include it. It's a prescription-free cure for insomnia, but I'm going to talk about all of these things. The Fed funds rate, as Sarah mentioned, the Fed did their first rate cut in a couple of years last month now, and they have indicated that they will continue to cut rates. And what that indicates is that the Fed is more interested in the direction of economic growth than, say, inflation, because that's always the tension. The Fed's two main priorities are inflation and employment and growth, right? So by cutting rates, they are trying to continue to keep the economy buzzing, keeping things like the housing sector, even though they don't necessarily, those short-term rates don't necessarily impact the longer-term mortgage rates. It's the sign and it's the signaling that the Fed is doing. Additionally, we've seen inflation continue to rise, but not to the levels that we saw like post-COVID. It's been a steady rise, and the Fed is keeping an eye on that. The Fed has a rolling target of about 2%, and we see inflation a little bit over that. So they're going to keep an eye on how that is impacting everyone. I think from a personal level and just like an individual level, we've seen inflation in our food, in our energy. I don't know if y'all know today's like Amazon's big sale, and it's like the worst big sale I've ever seen on Amazon because everything's still expensive. So there's the impacts of inflation and tariffs. I didn't buy as much as I didn't buy anything, which is odd. We've seen growth kind of reflect it's almost two stories. We had negative growth in the first quarter, but we had a really strong second quarter in terms of economic growth. So some of the things that are happening during the second and the third quarter that are kind of come through in that backward-looking data will sort of show us where we were going into the next year. Two of those things, one of those most significantly being employment, which has softened, is still fairly strong. I think the biggest picture to think about when you're thinking about economic data, if somebody asks you, hey, what do you think the economy is doing? Right now, our economic data is what I would call striated. So I don't know if you've seen recently some of the data, like if households earning over $200,000 in income are doing pretty well. If you're below that, then you're struggling. And it's a big divide. And that is in a lot of different sort of aspects. That's in jobs, that's in income, that's in other types of economic indicators and credit. We'll show you a credit slide, but it's not homogenous across the board. So everybody is not doing the same. I think that's fairly obvious, but it's in this particular environment, it's even more acute. So, that's right. It is not acute. It is acute, but not cute. Here's where we talk about Fed funds, and you can always say like, Paulina, well, how do you know what the Fed's going to do? We don't. I don't have a crystal ball, but the closest thing that we have is what we call Fed funds futures. And it is based on where the market thinks that the Fed is going to, where they're going to put rates at any period of time. So what you have is the Fed funds futures for the end, in the orange line, the end of 2025, and then where they think rates are going to be at the end of 2026. And as you can see, the market is projecting lower rates overall. The other thing is the Fed puts out its own projection, which shows where rates are going. And it's fairly in line. It's not as deep as this, but it's fairly in line with the decrease in rates overall. So again, when Treasurer Benatar is doing budgeting or trying to figure out where we should post or think about investment income, this gives you a general idea that we should prepare for a falling rate environment, which is sort of the most important point in all of these slides. We look at inflation, which has been a huge target. So you can see inflation, the year over year, which is the blue line, which is kind of the bigger one to look at. That is the one that's most concerned, or that folks look at. In terms of the trajectory of it, you can see that it's steadily risen, but it hasn't spiked like it did maybe a year or two ago. It's still rising, and that's why the Fed isn't like super concentrated on it. However, these are core numbers, and what core means is that it excludes food and energy, which is most of the stuff we buy. So that's why sometimes you see a discord between like what people are saying about inflation or the economists are saying versus like what we feel on an everyday basis. Here's a look at growth. Now, some of these things, especially due to the government shutdown, we didn't get new numbers. So we didn't get new employment numbers. We didn't get new job numbers because all of those things are tabulated by the departments in the federal government. So these are from September. And so what we can see is that what we're looking at here are two things. One is retail sales, which for governments and for local entities is important. We saw that kind of continue to rise, and this is a national number. So as I talk about striation, those economies that are dependent on a lot of retail and tourist dollars, like they have seen a marked decline in that because it was high and that has dropped off. Whereas places that are not necessarily dependent on that, their retail sales have continued to be fairly strong. So net, it's about up 5%. And in terms of credit card delinquencies, this is what we look at just as an early indicator. Much like Sarah looks at how the delinquency rate, you can look at credit card delinquencies, and we see that they've risen, but they're not alarming yet. But we're at a real inflection point, I think, between recession and non-recession, and you have a lot of policy like the Fed and like other like county local programs trying to keep us out of recession. And so we're sort of in this very sort of neutral period, I think, as the Fed continues its march toward lower rates. Employment. So what we see with employment is that we've seen generally a lower level of employment softening a bit. But again, some industries are hiring a lot and some are not. So you may hear a lot about like tech layoffs. Like tech has been hit greatly by layoffs, healthcare as well. But other places like financial services and other are hiring a lot of folks. So it depends on where you are, but by and large, you're seeing a general softening in the employment market. Jobless claims have continued to sort of stay a little bit stable. They haven't spiked, and that's what we look at as well. If you look at these gray bars, those are where recessions hit. So you can see that both of them spike during recession. So we're not necessarily seeing that pattern yet. And finally, this is yield curve. It looks weird because you would think in a traditional yield curve environment that the farther you go out, if you go out to buy a 5-year, you would get paid more than a 2-year. But that's not the case right now. We have an inverted yield curve because that reflects the Fed's expectation, or the expectation that the Fed will cut rates. So the front of the yield curve is high. The Fed is expected to keep cutting so that you go back to a normalized yield curve. I put the economic indicators on there just as a reminder of the things that impact Fed policy. So you see all the things we just talked about in terms of inflation, CPI, unemployment, and our GDP growth. So again, sort of all of the things that make and go into the yield curve. I only put up to the 5-year because that's where the county can invest out to. So you cannot buy securities longer than 5 years per state law. If the point is that if you buy a 2-year security, it looks very low right now. Like you're like, why would I buy a 1-year security or 1 month or a 2-year security when I can buy a 1 month at much higher? The point being that the expectation is rates are going to drop. So that front end of the yield curve should come down. And so at some point in the future, before the end of 2 years, the 2-year will actually have a higher rate than the 1 month. And that is why you buy longer term securities now versus when you buy it, versus investing in something low or short, which will eventually come down with interest rates. So it's a really interesting curve to look at, and signals rate cuts, basically. Finally, the thing that you probably all want to know about, just top of mind, is the government shutdown. October 1st, the federal government shut down because a bill was not passed to fund services, federal services. In the immediate aftermath, the market reaction has been muted because this has happened in 2018. You probably, again, nothing's burning down. No one's, the world has not ended. The effects generally show up in lagging indicators like GDP and inflation. So they're backward looking unless there's some sort of panic in the market, which the market has reacted very well to. Just to sort of looked back, or the other thing that is actually the bigger impact is that our economic data is delayed. So the things that the Fed uses, that economics uses, that the Treasury uses to sort of think about what the temperature of the economy is at this point in time, we're not getting those because we don't have those functions in the government right now working or doing their jobs. But if we just look back to the last shutdown, which was in 2018, it was 35 days, and you had interest rates lower, you had widened credit spreads, a little bit of volatility, but it didn't really impact the overall direction of the economy for the long term. The one potential difference between this shutdown, and I'm sure there's more, but the biggest one that I've seen is that in a shutdown, you furlough people. So you either stop them from working or they don't get paid. But when everybody comes back, when everything gets passed, everybody comes back, everybody gets paid. There is a potential that there may be additional federal layoffs. So if the federal government lays off more people, that's more jobs into unemployment, that's more unemployment claims, that's less ability to purchase and buy in the economy. So if that happens, you may see an actual impact to the economy depending on the magnitude and how long that takes. So not to end on a glum note, but again, it's kind of, we're all waiting and seeing, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Actually, that was a very good overview of where we are and what the economy is looking like now and into the future. So I really appreciate that. Very well done.
Thank you so much for having me.
Other comments, questions? You know, that's what happens when you're that thorough and you're that well prepared. So thank you so much.
Well, I just want to leave this with Supervisor Horseman and members of the board. If you ever have questions, you have my number, you have my email. I'm happy to answer. I'm happy to provide information. I think you're seeing in my emails, I'm always trying to give a little more than just here's our numbers this month. And so as a result, you might see my reports are a little more delayed than normal, but that's because, again, we want to make sure we are getting sharing with you all the most up-to-date information, not just about how our office is doing every month, but also what we are looking at and the trends we are seeing. So really, again, appreciate the time and the support. And if anything, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to answer questions and explain things further in detail.
Thank you, Treasurer. Our community and certainly Coconino County is certainly well served, and I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was enlightening. Let's move along. We have next is presentation of quarterly capital project update, facilities related projects. And I see Tom Hanachek walking around in the back there, our facilities director. And I assume we're going to turn this over to you. Is that right, Tom? You know, it's interesting. I'm sure we're going to talk about this, but in light of the discussion we just had, you know, we're always looking at the possibility of capital projects and bonds. And if the interest rates are going down, just something for us to consider for these long-term and, quite frankly, expensive capital projects. So.
We could discuss that today if you'd like. Anyways, thank you very much. It's great to be here.
It's not an action item. I just want you.
Yeah, discussion only. The microphone is on, correct? Go. Excellent. So it's great to be back here. This is our second capital projects update that we all decided to bring to the board every 3 months. We have some very exciting projects going on here that we have 4 different departments that will be giving presentations on. And we're starting a bit early, so I might do a little bit of a filibuster or just do a song and dance. Brett agreed to join me on this one too. So real quick, what we're going to be covering today is projects, a very exciting project over at the Sheriff's Office facility for detention. We have multiple projects from facilities management that our senior construction manager, Jeff Stein, will be presenting on. We have a really cool project out at Public Works that actually is happening simultaneously as ours. Thank you. Oh, is it? Did I hit it? Anyways, what I say every time here, we have a slew of funding sources that are funding all of these projects that you'll hear about today. And I think that's an important topic as we move through and we talk about, you all heard about our facility master plan that you adopted in early February. That has a very large price tag to it. Yeah. what we need to understand is there is a fair amount of money out there, and we do a really good job as an organization tapping into it, and we'll continue to look for opportunities to fund these projects that we have on the list. One of the things for our December capital update, which is scheduled for the 9th right now, we're probably going to spend a little bit more time talking about congressionally directed spending. You just heard a lot about the federal government. If you read the news at all, you understand that there are implications to the federal government being shut down. There were implications that we discussed in our last capital update and our congressionally directed spending updates about the reduction in the federal workforce and reduction in federal spending that has directly impacted some of our projects that we have on this list, and has also definitely impacted the schedule of these projects. And when you affect budget and schedule, then the scope of the project is affected. And those are the three major categories of a capital project. So we can't build what we want if we don't have the money to build it. And the longer we wait, it's a very fair point, is the longer we wait to do these projects, the more expensive they get. So I don't want to be all doom and gloom here, because we have some really exciting things to present here. And immediately following this presentation, we'll actually be talking about brownfields, which will have an update on the old jail. So you got almost a whole afternoon of me, but not just me. So I want to turn it over to Sheriff Axland here. He's going to give a brief overview of the projects going on over at the Sheriff's Office.
Welcome back, Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. Brett Axland, Sheriff. So as Tom mentioned, this is our second report, our second quarterly report for our capital projects that are ongoing at the moment. As you can see, you've heard a lot of this before, but we'll go ahead and just give a quick overview of the project that we have going on. It's our really a true two-pronged approach. It's our medical unit as well as our intake, transfer, and release project. The medical unit's an expansion of our facility by about 15,000 square feet. We are building, in addition to our exam rooms, infirmary, support space, and office space for the medical staff. When we built the jail back in 2000, we had about we have exactly six medical cells that we used, which at that time was consistent with industry standards and the population that we were accepting as inmates. And now that has obviously, our need has increased now to what we will be building, which is a 24-bed medical facility. It will address both medical inmates as well as behavioral staff issues, behavioral inmate issues, sorry. Intake and transfer release project is creating a separation of arrest, transfer, and release of inmates. Currently, what we have is the inmates coming in through the same area in the jail, in the intake area that you've seen, and we release them in the same area. That's not really a safety and security best practices look at what we do. So we're going to be changing that up within the existing space. As far as the budget goes on our project, it's a total of about $20 million. It's a 50-50 split between jail district bonds and jail district fund balance, which you're aware of. The contractor is continuing to work very hard to lock down the prices before the tariffs continue to increase on them. At this point, we've had 0 change orders to date. As far as what's going on currently, we have all footers have been excavated and filled with concrete, so that is on schedule, as well as the sewer, storm drain, and electric conduit have been put in place, ready to be hooked up. The schedule remains intact at a target for completion of the medical facility in February of 2027, and the intake remodel on target for July of 2027. That's all as far as I have for the update. If there's any questions for me.
Any questions? Thank you. Please keep us informed as it moves along.
We're going to bounce around a little bit here. So our senior construction manager, Jeff Stein, is on his way. What we're going to do is jump to Public Works real quick. And Christopher Tressler is going to... Oh, Jeff snuck in. I apologize. I didn't even see him. We are not jumping around. Here's Jeff Stein.
And as Jeff comes up, I just want to highlight, Keith is handing out to you just to have the CDS appropriations we have received, and those that we are still pending in the budget process, just so you have this document as we go through these updates.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, Jeff.
Sure. Chair Horseman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present our FMD capital projects update. Our first project we'll discuss is the HHS renovation project. The scope of this will be to complete 2 projects that we've coupled into one at the King Street campus. So first project is a youth behavioral center, and that'll complete about a 3,000 square foot facility to serve youth behavioral programs. It'll include counseling, conference rooms, multi-use space, reception, lobby, and an outdoor space area, including some additional outdoor space for staff outside of the youth behavioral. The second project is the HHS lobby renovation, and that'll create a renovation of about 5,000 square feet of space in the existing King Street complex. On the first floor, we're going to redo the lobby, and that'll be able to serve program needs, including new customer service, windows, council rooms. There'll be some improvements to the clinic space. And then on the second floor, we're going to create a new large conference room where the Aspen and Birch room are currently located. The total project budget for this, both projects, is $3 million. The schedule, we are starting construction today, actually. So we're looking to have that project completed by June 30th this spring. That's a construction manager at risk delivery method. So the architects, DLR Architecture, and the contractors, Kinney Construction Services. And then here we have a couple views of the project. On the left side is the new King Street lobby. So that's right when you come in the main entrance, kind of where the Ponderosa room is now. That'll be a new lobby teller space. And then the image on the right is the lobby of the Youth Behavioral Health Center. And then you can see a courtyard out to the back and a glass wall that'll open up to provide space for a conference room, so we can open up for flexible use of the spaces. The second project we're working on, or presenting today, is the Coconino County Operations Center. This project will construct about 9,000 square feet of operation space. It'll be located at the Sheep Hill campus, Public Works yard. And that facility will house emergency management, flood control district offices, and then the new emergency operations center facility. The project right now is at about $5 to $6 million based on estimates. We are moving into 90% design, and we would look to bid that project probably around December, January. So the schedule for that is to, again, bid it December, January, begin construction this spring, and have about a year to construct it. We are working with Public Works on that closely to construct what Christopher will speak about, or perhaps Josh. But you could see on the left of this image a long barn. That's the vehicle storage barn for Public Works. So our building is the smaller building to the right, the 9,000 square foot Joint Operations Center. They're both pre-engineered metal buildings. So we're working together to leverage the cost for both getting those buildings ordered with an economy of scale, and then complete all the site work as a singular effort to help with phasing, site management, et cetera.
Are you concerned about the tariff being imposed for these metal buildings, or have you ordered them already?
We have not ordered them. Due to federal funding, we have to do open bid for this project. So that means we have to have the contractor on board to order the buildings. So we haven't ordered them. We have discussed that with our cost estimator, certainly, and have some contingency in the budget. We're hopeful that we'll be able to get those ordered soon, and then the economy of scale will provide us some goodness on that front. Here are a couple images of that. So on the left is a perspective view. You could see the vehicle storage barn. That will be on the north side of the Sheep Hill yard. And then to the right of that image on the left is the operations center. And then the small image on the lower right is architect's rendering of what the operations center will look like. And we're pretty far into design, so that's pretty accurately capturing what the facility should look like. Just like to open that up to any questions.
Comments, questions, members of the board? I think the design looks great. It really, really is nice.
Yeah, for a pre-engineered metal building,
It really is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Public Works. Christopher Tressler.
Chair Horseman and members of the board, thanks for this opportunity to explain our part of the facilities master plan. And we're greatly appreciative of Tom and mostly of Jeff. They're helping us facilitate this building. We're really good at building roads, not so good at times with administering the vertical construction. And Jeff Stein has done a spectacular job. I don't know if how many people know that he's an architect, and it takes a certain kind of person, a good person, to be an architect. And we're really grateful that Jeff is with us and helping us with our part of it. So this building that we're talking about is the vehicle storage barn, and it's transportation funded. And it's important to also point out that while we're calling it a vehicle storage barn, it's also a multi-use space. That of that 17,000 square feet, 3,000 of it will be a conference space training center that kind of accommodate around 100 people. And so Public Works will definitely use that a lot. We have over 100 FTEs assigned to us, but it could also be used as a meeting space for other departments and some of our other partners and stakeholders. Our budget for the project is $5 to $6 million, though we scoped that a couple years ago, and we know that it might grow into the $7 million range, depending on the trends in construction and materials. And similar to the Joint Operations Center, we expect to finish the design pretty soon here in this fall, and we want to go to bid for construction later in 2025, possibly in December. And then it'll take about a year to construct this building, and so depending on the snow and the weather, as soon as we can break ground, put shovels in the ground, we'll get the building constructed. Are there any questions related to this building?
So if in fact it grows, the cost grows from 5 to 6 million to 7 million, any contingency plans?
Chair Horseman, we do have contingency plans, and we've built into our budget some flexibility to allow for this growth. We expect to not sacrifice any of our road projects or our pavement preservation projects. We can eat into some of our fund balance. We'll work with Siri and the finance department to ensure that we don't have, which are less likely now, but expenditure limit concerns. But we've value engineered this building in phases. And there's an opportunity for a mezzanine inside of the building, kind of a second floor. And we may phase that based on the cost of the total building. And we can still build the rest of the building, and then the mezzanine may be a future phase that we would undertake. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Comments, questions? Christopher, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Chair Horseman and members of the board. My name is Rob Morrison. I'm the Operation and Construction Manager out of Parks and Rec. I am not an architect. Sorry. Just want to make sure that everybody's clear about that. We've got 3 projects that we're going to talk about today. The first one is one that's partially complete as it sits right now. That's the Frontier property. They're reimagining. As most of you know, we have struggled over the years trying to find a solution for that property. And I think we've come up with a really unique way to get people out to that property because it's one of the best view sheds in all of Flagstaff. So the scope included the demolition of the 2 buildings, soil restoration, weed mitigation, putting in a small dirt parking lot, relocating the gate from, if you were out there, you knew that it was roughly about 200 plus yards in from the Woody Mountain Road. We've moved it out to Woody Mountain Road so we have less people that are pulling in there trying to think that they can drive in there and get trapped in there, especially during the wintertime. Also, we've worked with putting together a grant for 3 miles of trails, Ramada. The Ramada is the exact same one that was built out at Fort Ted Hill, so it's the same style. So you should have seen that recently, and it's going to look great, as well as some interpretive signs. The budget, we had Parks Capital of $250,000, and then the Ramada Trail and interpretive signs is a $120,000 heritage grant. Just know that right now we are in final legal review of that grant, and it should hopefully be in front of you guys at the end of this month, beginning of November, for final approval, and away we go. Schedule, the building demolition is complete, soil restoration is complete, parking lot is complete, the gate relocation is complete, the weed mitigation, we've done the first year. Now we'll have 2 more years of ongoing weed mitigation, because every time you disrupt the soil, you end up with weeds that like to propagate in those areas. So we're working on that for the next couple years. And then, as I said, the trail, Ramada, interpretive signs, we're pending final approval on the grants, and we should start construction hopefully sometime in the spring, summer of next year, with everything to complete September 2027.
So I have a question on that.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me that just the other day, if in fact the demolition had been completed. Sounds like the answer to that is yes.
Yes.
And is it just a big dirt slab there? Are you planting on it?
So one of the soil restoration processes that we do is we go back and we seed that area.
Okay.
So everything has been reseeded back. Jeffrey Gross, our natural resources supervisor, does a really great job of trying to make it look back natural to the way it was before, so that it doesn't look like a big giant dirt field. It starts to look more like the rest of the open space that surrounds it.
Yeah.
You're
Any other comments, questions? All right.
The next one is the commons restroom, and contrary to what the direction that some of the other projects is going, this one we're actually decreasing the cost. And how do you do that is we were able to find a prefab restroom that is costing a fraction of what a design build restroom would cost. We're looking to hopefully save roughly about $300 to probably upwards of $500,000+ on this project from what was estimated when we went out for quotes last year.
Can we get an extra bathroom then over at the amphitheater?
Yes, yes. And on that, we're actually working with that same company to look at a design for that location as well. And so, yes, we're thinking ahead. We got you. We got you. We got you. Just two? Okay. So the budget on this, we can do naming rights, or if that's what you want to do. The budget on this, we're thinking it's going to come in about $100,000. We're in final cost estimate from the restroom company, and then once we get that, they'll give us the scope of work that we have to do for the civil to pull all the utilities, put the concrete slab in place, and we should be under that $1 million. When we went out to estimate, we were at $1.4 million in 2024. And we went out and did an engineer's estimate this past year, and we were 1.7. So if we come in at $1 million, we're ahead of the game. We're ahead of the game. So, so that's where we are. We're in final process of doing that. We're hoping to get the restroom building under contract here in hopefully the next couple weeks, and then we can start the process of getting a contractor on board for all the civil work. Any questions on that?
Excellent. Other comments, questions? Yeah.
And that's a pretty close design of what it's going to look like. Obviously, the color scheme is going to be a little bit different. We'll stick to the colors that we have for the bike park restroom, so it'll match all the rest of the restroom buildings that we're doing. But it'll be a metal roof. It'll have stonework on the bottom third. There'll be entrances on both sides of the building, and we're hoping that we get rid of a lot of the porta-johns that we've been putting in the park. We want to create a nicer environment for the people that are utilizing the space.
Supervisor Brigade, do you have a question?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to say thank you for really going out and advocating for dollars and the grants and to make this something that was really, really needed at the recreation area there. I think that was one of the number one issues that people always brought to our attention is the bathrooms. So I just want to say thank you so much. And then on top of that, Parks and Recs have really come out to Coal Mine Canyon, and they're really helping us out with technical assistance as to how we're going to be doing a walking trail, a bike trail. So we have other chapters that are very interested, but they're already starting with Coal Mine Mesa. So thank you so much on behalf of our people out there addressing and really advocating for us in various aspects of making sure that our constituents are heard and that they're being helped out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It's really important to us to reach out to our outlying communities and make sure that they have every opportunity that the people that live in Flagstaff and et cetera get to enjoy. All right. Quad water sewer. Okay, this is the big dog of our projects. This is replacing the 1920s, 1930s era water and sewer lines around the historic quad. Those, we have done estimates of significant amount of water leakage over the years, and so it is time and due for us to replace that and hopefully minimize the amount of water loss that we're seeing every year. We're also, one of the things that we started with the historic quad is putting in a hydrant line, a fire hydrant line, so that we have the ability to provide direct hooked up close to all of our buildings so that fire departments, when they come out there, knock on wood that we ever have a fire out there, that they have ready access to hydrant lines that are close to the buildings and they don't have to run a significant amount of lines to get to the buildings. Budget, we have $3 million of congressionally directed funds and 1.4 of ARPA lost revenue funds that is going to fund this project. Don't ask me for the estimate because the estimate scares me, because the estimate is really close to where our budget is. We're hoping that we'll be able to do some value engineering of some things. There's some paving as part of the project that we might be able to value engineer out if the costs start to get too high. We are currently in the middle of the bidding process. Bidding closes on the 15th of this month, so we should have a really good estimate and know kind of where we sit dollar-wise here next week. So that's going to be a little bit of relief, and then it's the magic of trying to make it happen while we still have North Pole Experience and Snow Park in operation and everything else during the wintertime, and trying to meet our deadlines of getting complete prior to our heavy season of May. Any questions?
I do have a question. The water and sewer line installation, is this going to have an impact, hopefully a positive impact, on the RV park there and also the campground?
So, yes and no. So the answer to your questions, great questions, Chair Horstman, is we already ran sewer all the way, and part of a previous project, all the way to the edge of the campground. So that's ready to go. So we left it at the edge of the campground because we didn't know what the design was going to look like for the campground. The campground came with one design, and then they put a pause on it because they thought it was going to cost too much money. Now we have a new contractor that has taken over that contract, and so now we don't know what they're looking to do. We're working with them to kind of put together what their plan is, but that sewer line is right outside their fence line, ready to go for them. So as far as the water goes, currently they are fed off of the loop. So yes, in essence, it will help them in that aspect. It will provide better controlled access, better valving, so that we can isolate them when they do have water leaks or their water leaks elsewhere. We can do a better job of isolating in that regard. A great question.
Comments, questions, other members? All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to take a couple minutes to just give you all an update on the Tribal Nation Service Center up in Tuba City. And the last time we talked, we had some additional paperwork from the USDA to sign in order to release a congressionally directed spending that they approved back in 23. So we were almost at the finish line, and then the federal government shut down. So we are in a slight pause with that. There were a couple of additional some paperwork that the USDA required us to fill out, which we have completed. We did send along for a review today, but we do believe that our contact is furloughed. So we don't, of course, we're going to wait for him to come back on with a little bit of a backlog. But we still are confident that according to your sheet that you see there that Keith handed out, the 1.375 has been appropriated. It is going to be released. The only thing we have to do is sign an agreement. And to remind the board also is that we have a few, I believe in FY24 general fund, we have a general fund appropriation of 1.135. So for a total of $2.5 million for that project.
Except you're forgetting a huge part about this project. And that is there was a second congressionally designated fund that we did not get. This is was almost a $4 million project. And so based on that, we had the two congressionally designated funding, and then we added to that to complete the project. The problem is we just lost the 1.1 right about there of the congressionally designated funding that we aren't going to get. So we're short.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. What our plan is to start doing a more detailed plan so we could get an accurate estimate of what this is so we could actually understand what the shortfall is. And then that's what we chatted about in the last congressionally directed spending presentation is the creativity and figuring out where the additional funding is going to come from. And a side portion of that is the congressionally directed spending appropriation for the Joint Operations Center that is still live, that we are uncertain whether or not that's funded. And if that is funded, that allows us to reprogram some general fund money to the Tribal Nation Service Center.
Yeah, Eric,
Madam Chair,
Deputy County Manager.
On behalf of the County Manager's Office, Madam Chair and members, really want to look ahead to that December 9th presentation that Tom mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, because we'll plan to sit down and talk with you, but then also to that presentation, start to bring out some recommendations or possible strategies then to deal with what is in shortfall, what is funded, what should be taken off the list, and also look holistically at our whole facilities master plan project. How are we going to move forward rather than having a decentralized department approach, but rather a more centralized look at funding and authorizing these plans and really giving some surety to what programs can move forward and what are we not able to do at this time.
Thank you. So just a review of the basic program and the scope of the Tribal Nation Service Center. It's going to be a approximately 4,000 square foot facility located on Louisiana County Park property. Thanks to Parks and Rec for partnering with us on that. And it will house all of the functions that the county currently serves up in that area and add additional ones. So preliminary hearings from the court side, adult probation, juvenile court. So really bring the services to the community, which was one of the key findings in our facility master plan, is that rather than having folks drive, 3 hours round trip for a 5-minute meeting, we could bring the services directly to the communities that need them. The schedule is undetermined at this point. I know you've heard me say that multiple times. We've been waiting on funding. So hopefully on the December 9th meeting, we'll have a much better idea of what the look ahead is for that specific project. Are there any questions on this? I know you've been hearing about it for a couple of years. These are just some artist renderings. Architect renderings, sorry, Jeff. They're artists also.
Well, and some of this is going to really depend on the funding. And so this is great that we had a plan in place. We wanted to institute that plan. We were ready to do that until, of course, we lost a third of our funding. So, but it's great. And we hope that someday we can get this accomplished. Supervisor Begay.
I recommend we have food sales. But I just want to say, I cannot wait to see this happen. And we've been really pushing for the last couple of years on this as far as funding. And I know that, it's going to be servicing a lot of people all the way from Navajo Mountain, all the way from the Chi area, everywhere, within the northern part of, and then probably some on the east side and west side. So I just can't wait to see this building come to fruition. And it's going to help the residents. Like I mentioned before, driving an hour. I had come to work almost 2 hours away from here. And so I know what it's like. I think you get more tired driving than, being in a meeting all day long. So it's going to really serve its purpose. So, and I hope the rooms are not too small, like the one I have in Tuba City. It's a small desk and a small chair, and that's it. So, and I can't really move around. But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much for everyone that has contributed to these plans. And I thank the board, for really helping to help their, like we say, for all county residents. And this is proof that it is. Thank you.
Office size is noted.
Any other comments, questions? All right.
Thank you. And I think, so not here, so I don't think. No, our presenter for the next one is not here yet, because he should be here in approximately 10 or 15 minutes.
And Madam Chair, I would suggest at this time we do some district updates and roundtable, and then we can come back into the Brownfield presentation.
Sounds good to me. Very good.
So I'll leave it to you, the district updates. I don't think we have anything more on planning calendar or updates from the manager's office. So Madam Chair, you can cross the board.
Very good. Members of the board, we have not done our roundtable for a while, and so now might be a good time, since we have some time for some highlights of our district. So with that, anybody want to go first? District number 4 is putting herself forward. So district number 4.
Okay. We did a Run for Hope event with Mount Kopi, and it was a walk for the cancer big people that have encountered that, and they're short on funding and stuff like that to get to their appointments and any other personal needs that they have. So we went and did that in Mount Kopi, and we ended up, Angie and I walked 3 miles to contribute to the effort, and they were very happy that there was representation from our office, to be part of that event. And we did also help them out with some CI funds, and they really greatly appreciate it being approved by the board. And then also, again, earlier I had mentioned that the Parks and Recreation, they're really helping us to plan and develop trails for wellness in the communities. And they're starting off with coal mine, because they're the ones that came first and said, we would like to have the opportunity, because we do have taxes for unhealthy foods tax. And off of that, they're supposed to turn that into some kind of extracurricular activities like walking, running, jogging, whatever it may be, biking. So that's those monies are just sitting there. So now we asked Parks and Recs to see how they would assist, and they just came out and really decided that they would really be helpful in this area. So Cynthia, Liz, and the staff, they're always available to us. So we start with that and see where that goes. And then, of course, we have 6 other chapters, and we do have Mount Kopi. I'm not sure if they have any kind of monies, but I know for the Navajo Nation chapters, they do. And then we are being asked for continued requests for internet and broadband services within the areas that we serve. Rural areas is something that's really hurting us, because, from Tuba City to Coal Mine is like a good 20 miles out, and they're starting houses, and starting at that area. And it's just for a short ways. And then from there, it's like Hopi country. So, it's long, um, a lot of miles in between some of the areas that, they're asking for that. So then also, we went to Lee Root's retirement dinner or a function, and we just thanked him for all the years that he did services to Coconino County, and there were a lot of staff members there that also spoke about some of the memories they had with him, and they also thanked him. So it was a real good get together, and he got some gifts, and so we just had a time there. And then we also attended the George Willie Stand Down, which is a veteran event where all the veteran services are being brought to to Twin Arrows. Is where we were, and they bring all sorts of services that the veterans would tap into. They do give them applications. They do online applications for them, and they just help them, in any way possible, to move forward in life. So I just want to say that, there are others that I feel that being out in the communities and talking to communities, and also, we have like library board meetings that I've attended. I don't have my notes with that one there. Of course, tribal chapter meetings, everything I feel that, that needs to be done, but a lot of interaction with our communities. And so I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I know we didn't have a roundtable for some time, and so thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go in reverse. So next would be Supervisor Ontiveros.
All right, thank you, Chair. Wow, like Supervisor Begay, I have been busy out in the communities. So in September, we did a South Rim visit. I did that with Chair Horseman, Williams Mayor Don Dent, and Tucson Mayor Clorinda Vale. I attended it was actually the Matthew Brame Williams Stand Down. It was the 6th annual Williams Stand Down that they have there. I attended, it's called a PAC meeting in Parks, and that stands for Parks Area Connection. Really, it's a really cool group where they put together bake sales and bingo, and it's just a really cool community. So I always enjoy that. I know Jay Smith attended the CWPP meetings in Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes, as well as Williams, getting that going. I did a public lands tour off of Woody Mountain Road in one of the ranches there. That was very interesting. I did the CJCC in Williams and the library visit. Did that with Erica Philpott, she attended, and James Orlowski. That was fun. And this is real cool. The first bookmobile in Parks was on 9/19. And that may not seem like a big deal, but in Parks, it's a big deal to have the bookmobile show up. And then I addressed the Williams City Council meeting. That also was in September. And in October, I had an opportunity to meet with a Maricopa County Supervisor, Debbie Lesko. Actually did that last week regarding the upcoming CSA Summit. And then last Saturday, I got to be part of the ribbon cutting ceremony for the state award-winning Route 66 Jiu-Jitsu Club in Williams. So those are some of the extracurricular things I've been doing.
Thank you very much. Did you participate in the jiu-jitsu?
No, but I did help cut the ribbon. Okay, did not do that. Yeah.
All right. So next is District Number 2.
Well, there's a lot been going on, and been participating in a lot of different meetings. Last week I was virtual in this meeting because I was down in Phoenix for the Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce's Datos presentation, which was really interesting. It was just talking about the purchasing power of the Hispanic Latino market in the United States, but also in Arizona. And so very relevant information, and I look forward to getting that information, but broken down specifically for Coconino County. Next, I did a trip it's about 10 days ago now. I went to El Paso for NALEO, which is the National Association of Latino Elected Officials. They had a policy institute about emergency preparedness, and so I spent 2 days in El Paso learning about energy grids and redundancies, and it was really good because when I came back, I sat through a presentation out of the U of A talking about putting public corporations for energy. And so it was kind of cool to have a little bit of background information about that from the Policy Institute. So that was useful in looking at different ways to provide energy for communities. And then I've been doing not this last Sunday, but the Sunday before, there was an event, Getting to Know Your Neighbor at the Market of Dreams, and that was a lot of fun. We had basically what they called human books, and so people took turns telling their stories to the folks that came. And there were over 150 people showed up over the course of the day, and it was a lot of fun. And I know that they're looking to do more of these in different parts of the community, so look out for them because they definitely great opportunity to learn about your neighbors. That day, we also had want to put a shout out to Cuts Barbershop. They celebrated their 20-year anniversary, and so that was really exciting for I did not. I'm looking for a shave on my beard.
But
No.
Supervisor Vasquez, we sure are having good hair days, aren't we, these days, right?
About all he can do for me is my beard. But anyway, and then have been going to I went to the United Way luncheon and the Northland Family Help Center breakfast. Had the opportunity to network and just make sure that we have a good presence there. Then the other significant things that have passed, I did a presentation or a speech at the Los Donantes Red Cross donating event, and basically as part of Hispanic Heritage Month, it turns out that Hispanic Latinos are over 60% like universal donors in blood. So you get a lot more compared to other ethnic groups where it's more like 40% or 50%. And so we're actually the highest group that has O blood. And so they're really putting a drive to get Latino blood drawn because there's just a better chance of it being a universal donor. And so it was a lot of fun participating with that drive at NAU. And then I've also been involved with this group through the Alliance around artificial intelligence, led by NAU President Cruz Uribe. He's doing a pilot project that he's committing to develop, basically looking at the Alliance to see if we can develop our own like chat box or our own AI system, but that would just be local for those members that participate. And so that way it's very tailored and has information that's specific to Northern Arizona. So we're just in the beginning stages of that, but it is looking exciting, and I look forward to seeing how we as the county can participate in those efforts. And then the last thing was on Thursday, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes came and did a presentation about the state of democracy at NAU, and it was really interesting to listen to him talk about the different aspects of elections in Arizona and how it's so important to continue to advocate and push for free, fair, and transparent elections, and that our systems in Arizona help protect our elections process. And so that looking forward to continuing those conversations and really work with our elections department to maintain the education with the community about the free and transparent elections and fair elections that we have here in Coconino County. And with that, that'll be all my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll go ahead and do a brief report as well. Yes, you can tell it has been busy for the Board of Supervisors and acting on behalf of our communities. First and foremost, I attended the Western Interstate Region Business Meeting in Mono County. As you know, one of the 2 representatives from Arizona, and we joined the other 15 Western states to talk about Western issues and public land issues that certainly affect mostly the Western states, but certainly all of our country. We had an opportunity to talk about PILT and SRS and the importance for full funding for both of those, and the significance and importance it plays here for Coconino County and certainly for our public schools here in Coconino County. We also had an opportunity to try to prepare for the shutdown, which of course has subsequently happened. Some of the discussions on that had to do with how this would affect our outdoor recreation, tourism-based economy. Many of the western states, many of those counties are primarily public lands counties, which means that a larger percentage of the county revenue actually comes through state and local sales tax. So that means that we rely heavily on our outdoor recreation and tourism economy for the revenues generated to run our counties. And we are seeing, unfortunately, some of that occurring now that the shutdown has occurred. We heard Keith did a very good breakdown of where we are. And although our national parks, our public lands remain accessible, there are limitations as to what is opened or not opened. Our gateway communities are all fully opened and ready to do business. And since there is no currently admission fee to get into the national park, and because there are no lines or very few lines and plenty of parking, now is a perfect time to come up and enjoy our public lands and our national park. And a big shout out and thank you to the Grand Canyon Conservancy that although the visitor center for Grand Canyon is shut down, the Grand Canyon Conservancy has a number of programs and shops, bookstores and shops available, and they are basically treating those as de facto visitor centers. So there's plenty of people up there to help and assist, so come on up and enjoy our public lands. Like many here, I also attended the Northland Families Breakfast. We heard this morning or this afternoon with our proclamation, the great job they do in supporting many of our community members who are unfortunate victims of domestic violence, many who have told their stories, and the importance for us to continue to support our nonprofits like Northland Families. Also, like many here, I also attended the United Way of Northern Arizona kickoff, and that was important because this is their kickoff of their big fundraising efforts that for them to raise the money for this year to serve our communities who this year are going to be in need more than ever. And Coconino County made a commitment of $30,000, and I believe that that is the largest commitment Coconino County has ever made. So that means, supervisors, we need to try to be as generous as we can and get the information out. And we hope everybody will join the efforts for United Way of Northern Arizona. I know our Deputy County Manager, Eric Peterson, already has, and we certainly appreciate that. Also, as you know, I sit on the WIFA board, the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority Board for the state of Arizona. I'm one of the 9 voting members in the state. I also now sit on the Long-Term Water Augmentation Committee. That's the really big committee there to bring, which has hundreds of millions of dollars to bring in water augmentation projects from really across the United States and the world to help us supplement and augment Arizona's water supply, not only now, but into the future for Arizona. So very important project and committees, and I'm looking forward to really taking a look at the projects being offered. Also, Tucson is in District 1, a gateway to Grand Canyon, and they are open for business. And we have been meeting with them for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. These are plans, and you heard Supervisor Ontiveros talk about that, some of her communities. These are plans that were encouraged through the Healthy Forest Restoration Act with CWPPs in place. We are hopeful that these can be used as a way for some grant monies and really help to reduce wildfire risks for some of these really rural communities and neighborhoods. I sit on the CJCC board and continue to go to their meetings and advocate as much as I can for the justice, for criminal justice across here in Coconino County. And I just have to say how proud I am of that justice bus that's going all across Coconino County to some of our most rural areas. There is nobody anywhere in this country that's doing something like that. And it really is bringing justice and access to justice through some of our small, rural, and isolated communities across Coconino County. So for all that participated in that, thank you. I also went with Erica Philpott to the Grand Canyon Library, which had been moved. I didn't know that. We finally found it. In fact, it had been moved, and it is truly probably of most of any of our libraries in need of some real tender, loving care. And hopefully that is something that we'll be able to offer as we move forward. There are approximately 3,000 people who call the South River of Grand Canyon their home. And we all know the importance of libraries as both a community meeting place and also as a place for access to computers, not to mention they also have video checkouts, and not to mention, of course, the books and the readings for our communities. And let me see here. I think those were, the most of what's been going on. Interestingly, I am taking an AI course for beginners at CCC, trying to figure out what this is all about. And, I know it's something that we in Coconino County need to be aware of and be part of. So I'm going to try to dip my toes into AI and learn a little bit about that. And really, that's all that I have. Any other wrap-ups from other members or anything you might have forgotten? Then I'm going to ask to take, before we go into Brownfield, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and we'll go into Brownfield. Okay? 5 minutes. All right. Supervisor Vasquez hopefully will be joining us here in a minute, but I think it's been a long day and a long afternoon. And so let's go ahead and proceed. And our next item of business, so we're getting close to the end here, everyone, is we have, trying to find the numbers, so thank you. And item 24 is the Route 66 Brownfield Coalition presentation, and we still have Tom with us, so thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciated your guys' updates. So you set the stage, you set the bar kind of high because you said it was late in the day, so we'll try and make this as exciting as possible. We have two presentations, actually, not just one. So we're going to take this opportunity after our guest speaker gives an overview on the Route 66 Brownfield Coalition to give you an update on that big building across the street that you probably haven't heard about in a while, which actually is a brownfield. So we figured it was more applicable to talk about it in this presentation than the previous one on capital updates. But before I get to that, I want to give you all a quick update that we were invited and we did present at the California Regional Brownfield Conference a few weeks ago in LA. This project for the old jail and our vision for a justice hub that was approved in the master plan was selected amongst numerous municipal agencies and local governments to participate in a competition for technical assistance. And we were the only agency outside of California that was selected, and there were 3 of us total. So we got to get up at the end of the conference and we got to give a pitch to all these brownfield people. And we really did a great job. I'm on YouTube now, so if you want to look for it, feel free. Unfortunately, we were not selected as the receiving agency, but it allowed us to really coalesce a vision for that site, develop some really good material, and develop a little bit more of a vision about what the next steps are for that site right across the street as we move forward with the facility master plan. So check it out on YouTube. I could send you all the link if you'd like.
Absolutely.
I would love any feedback, and hopefully we did the county proud. And we got to catch a Dodgers game, even though I'm a Yankees fan.
Ooh.
Multiple home runs, Dodger Stadium, LA. It worked really well at the conference, though. We got a lot of cheers when I put my hat up. So, anyways, I'd like to introduce Dave Laney.
I know your audience.
Yeah, and I still didn't win, even though the hat was $50. So, anyways, we tried. So, Coconino County is part of NACOG. I'm sure you are all aware, and a function of NACOG is a Route 66 Brownfield Coalition. That our guest speaker here, Dave Laney from Stantec, he's one of the principals from the Environmental Services Division. And he is basically the brownfield guy. The county has a long-standing relationship with him. NACOG has a long-standing relationship with him. And what we're here to talk about today, or what Dave is going to talk about today, is a call to action for Coconino County and specifically the Board of Supervisors to help us identify brownfield sites. So without going into too many details, I'm going to turn it over to Dave. And then following Dave's presentation, Jeff Stein, who you saw earlier also, the architect, is going to get up and just give a brief update on the status of the brownfield that's right across the street, our old jail. Dave?
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate being here today and having some time in front of you, even though I know it, as you said, it has been a long day. What I am going to talk about is this Route 66 Coalition Assessment Grant, and I just have this map on the first slide because this is for almost all of northern Arizona, so it's a pretty big deal. And this is grant funding that a lot of folks across the country wish they had. It's a very competitive grant, and there were only 31 of them awarded at the time NACOG got this in 2024 for the entire country. So let me briefly tell you what the program is, how it's funded, what kind of properties are eligible, what we can do with the grant, and then what we need from the county to make this successful going forward.
Sometimes we call this the Northern Arizona Property Reuse and Revitalization Program. That's just easier for a lot of folks to remember, even though it sounds pretty long. A lot of people don't know what brownfields is. So keep that in mind in addition to brownfields, if you would. So this is a grant that was awarded by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, $1.5 million grant, awarded in 2024. It is a 4-year grant, so it's scheduled to run until September 30th of 2028, or until the money runs out. And I can tell you the money is running out pretty fast already, and it's already been only a year since the grant got started. About 50% of the properties that we have money to work on have already been identified in that 1-year period. So that's why I thought it was really important to get out and talk to as many people about this as possible. One of the nice things is that this was 100% grant funded. Even though the coalition consists of Navajo, Coconino, Yavapai, and Mojave counties, as well as NACOG, not a single one of those coalition members had to put up $1 to get this grant, which is a nice thing. Another nice thing about this grant is that properties that are owned by cities and counties, as well as private property owners, can use the grant funding. And this is one of the few federal programs where private property owners can actually use federal money. The last thing that is really important is that this is not an enforcement program. Yes, the money comes from Environmental Protection Agency. Yes, Environmental Protection Agency does have enforcement programs, but this is not one of them. The program was started 30 years ago by U.S. Conference of Mayors, who went to the U.S. EPA administrator and said, we have slum and blight in our downtowns and we need help. And at that time, it was decided this would be a total voluntary program. And once property owners get assessments with this grant, there is no obligation for them to do any more work or spend any of their own money. They get services through this grant for free, and then it's up to them to decide what they want to do with the information they get out of the program. So that's really nice. I don't think it would have been as successful if it had been a mandatory kind of thing. But there is not you don't get a phone call, you don't get a knock on the door, you don't get a letter in the mail when you get one of these assessments with this grant. This shows you who's been participating from the different counties and from NACOG. You can see that there's some fairly important folks here who, and that tells you that they consider this grant to be important and want to make sure that it's successful. Tom is leading the charge for Coconino County, so I appreciate his support and all the work that he's done on it so far. But essentially, this is a program where Northern Arizona Council of Governments and all the coalition partners try to identify, plan for, provide technical assistance and funding to property owners who want to reuse, redevelop, or revitalize their property. And some of these properties are underutilized. Some of them are abandoned. Some of them are vacant. Some of them have active businesses in it. So it runs the gamut. And I'll show you some examples here in just a minute. But the idea is if you have these properties that are older and where the property owners want to do something to revitalize them, it helps with economic development and acts as a catalyst for growth. And that's why it's really important to a lot of towns and cities in Northern Arizona. If you're familiar with the term brownfield, EPA defines it as any property, the reuse, redevelopment, or expansion of which is complicated due to the presence or perceived presence of contaminants, pollutants, or hazardous substances. But the key here is perceived presence. I would say 80% of these properties either don't have any contamination or it's at such low levels that nobody cares about it. Regulators don't care about it because it's not an enforcement program, but also because it's not there in high concentrations.
But property owners generally are very pleased when they get one of these assessments because they oftentimes may be the second or third or fifth owner of the property and they don't know what it was used for originally. They certainly weren't around at the time the property first got developed. And that's what all these properties have in common is that they don't have a well-documented history of use. And so investors, developers, buyers are scared of them because they have a lot of uncertainty associated with them. And this grant helps take care of that by providing a documented history of the properties. Now, this is what brownfields look like traditionally. Gas stations, manufacturing facilities, dry cleaners, things like that. But we do a whole lot of assessments with this grant on properties that look like this: old schools, old churches, sometimes old hospitals, health clinics, strip malls, old parking lots where there might have been a building. The building got torn down. Nobody could remember what used to be there. Parking lot sitting there, everybody's scared of what's underneath it. So you do an assessment and all of a sudden everybody knows everything there is to know about that property. And within a matter of weeks to months, a lot of these properties that have been stuck for, in some cases, for decades with nothing being done, within a matter of weeks or months after they get the assessment, these properties are being sold or redeveloped. It's pretty amazing. Here's one that's local that you guys all, I'm sure, are aware of, and that's the Downtown Connection Center. This is on an old brownfield. And there was about $256,000 in EPA brownfield grant money spent on this site. Mountain Line actually got $30 million from the federal government to build this building. And not only that, but on the other end of the same parcel is where the Rio de Flag crosses. And after some cleanup there with, again, EPA brownfield money, City of Flagstaff stands to get about $152 million from Army Corps of Engineers to do flood control there. And not only that, but it will help 1,500 properties in Southside Flagstaff that previously, worth like $916 million, that previously had to buy flood insurance. They won't have to buy that in the future. So this is a huge success story. And, you know, the return on investment here is just enormous. Another property that was assessed and cleaned up with actually the previous NACOG grant is on Highway 89. It's Grand Canyon Oasis. Don't know if you all are familiar with this, but this is a former trading post where they're now tiny homes. And I'm not sure if they're being sold or if they're being rented, but every time I go by there, there's a bunch of cars there. It seems like it's a great success. And the woman who purchased this property was struggling getting permits from the county until the assessment was done. And then she had what she needed in the way of reports to actually move forward with her permitting and got things up and running within a fairly short period of time. So I think this is another example of a great success story. The thing to remember about this particular grant is that if you have brownfields, you're not generating tax revenue, you're not creating jobs, your property values actually go down, and the quality of life suffers if you have a lot of brownfields. But EPA's own data shows that property values increase by 5 to 15% once these properties are assessed. And it's not just the brownfield, but it's all the properties within 4 blocks of that brownfield. Property values also increase. And for every $1 of this grant that's invested, something like $20 to $23 from other sources is also invested in that same property. So it's a huge benefit in terms of economic development, and also provides a lot of significant community benefits. property owners who are interested, they just have to fill out this 2-page site nomination form with their name, the address of the property, what it's currently being used for, whether or not they've ever had an assessment before, and whether what the timing is on doing something with the property. Because we've people that are out there that say, oh, I'm going to do something in the next 1 to 5 years. But we also have had several property owners nominate their property when they're in escrow. And, we have to get out there, do the assessment, get them a report in 30 days so they can give it to the buyer, and the property transaction can proceed. And we've been successful in that. So we have the ability to move pretty fast on this when we need to. Once the site nomination form is submitted, then if it's an old building that's got asbestos or lead-based paint, it'll go to EPA for review and approval. If it's an old petroleum site like a gas station, then Arizona Department of Environmental Quality will look at it and decide if it's eligible for an assessment. And the bar is really low as far as what's eligible. You can't have a federal Superfund site in this program. Those are not eligible. You can't have a gas station that's currently being cleaned up by the state of Arizona. Those are not eligible. But other than that, their main criteria is that the current property owner isn't the one that's responsible for any potential contamination there. So you won't see any of the major oil companies that have gas stations applying to this program. They won't be eligible, but say a husband and wife with a mom and pop business who buy an old gas station and they want to turn it into, I don't know, a coffee shop, take your pick. They would qualify all day long because they never owned or operated any of the underground storage tanks at that site. And the 3 types of assessments, the main ones we do are phase 1 environmental site assessments, which are basically a historical record review. We go and we look at all the historical aerial photographs and these things called Sanborn fire insurance maps and city directories and things like that, back to the time when the property was first developed, to see if there's anything like a recognized environmental condition, which is a condition that would have resulted in a release of petroleum or hazardous substances on the site. This would cost the property owner about $5,000 if they had to pay for it themselves. With this grant, when they're approved as eligible, it costs them nothing. There's 0 out-of-pocket cost. If there is a recognized environmental condition, we can go out and do a phase 2 environmental site assessment where we collect samples and we send it to a lab. Those can cost $10 to $80, maybe even $100,000 for one property. Nobody has that kind of money. But with this grant, once the property is approved as eligible, there is 0 out-of-pocket costs for the property owner. It costs them nothing. And then the third type of assessment we do is hazardous building material survey, where we test buildings for asbestos, lead-based paint, PCBs, mold, things like that. That's anywhere between $7,500 and $35,000, depending on the size of the building. But it doesn't cost the property owner anything if they're approved as eligible for this program. And we also do site reuse plans. So some of the property owners really have a great piece of property. They want to do something special with it. They need a loan, or they are interested in an investor or developer helping them develop the property. It just doesn't fly for property owner to, sketch out something on a napkin and take it to a banker and expect to get a loan. So we have professional planners, architects, engineers do conceptual design drawings for these folks at no cost, and then they can use that information to go in and get a loan or to get interest from a buyer or a developer. And properties that never had an offer, all of a sudden, we've seen in almost every case, we'll start getting offers once they get one of these site reuse plans with some drawings. So that's a very important thing that's offered by this grant. This is actually something that City of Winslow and Navajo County did. They wanted to write an RFP, get a developer to come in and build a building or two on a city-owned property, but they wanted to control what was put on that property. This first drawing shows mixed use in one building, so there'd be commercial on the ground floor, residential upstairs. And then the second drawing actually shows the commercial in the building that's next to the street, and then residential in the second building that's back behind. And they got this for free because they own the property. But private property owners can get the exact same thing for their property if they want it. So why am I here today? It's because this program isn't successful if it's just folks like in the city of Flagstaff, or it's people from NACOG, or it's even, you all as supervisors for Coconino County who advocate for use of these grant funds. It takes developers, it takes realtors, it takes property owners, community members, and lenders to all start talking about the fact that this grant money is available and start using it for it to be successful. We already have 3 properties that have been nominated for an assessment with this current grant right here in Flagstaff. And there's about 10 times, there's money for about 10 times that number of properties. And it will all go to Mojave County and Navajo County and Yavapai County if it's not spent here. I'd love to see most of this money spent in Coconino County. So I when Tom said, yeah, let me see if I can put you on the agenda for a Board of Supervisors meeting, I'm like, absolutely, because the supervisors need to know about this. So anybody that you know that's got a property that you think might qualify, let them know about the grant. They can go to the NACOG website and put in, they can just Google NACOG Brownfield or NACOG Property Development, and a whole page about this grant will come up. I've also got some packets here that I can leave for you all that have the site nomination form in it. You can always, if you know somebody, hand those out. And, I would love to talk to any of you that are interested individually about brownfields that might be in your districts, because we have done a brownfield inventory and we know where the brownfields are out there in Coconino County right now. This is the NACOG website. Flagstaff and Coconino County both have pages on the grant as well. So Tom's already made sure that the county website has a page that talks about this grant. And this is just a list of who we've been talking to so far. You guys are fairly far down on the list, but it just is because it took me a while to get this scheduled. It wasn't because you're any less important than anybody else. But we have been talking to all the counties and all the major cities across northern Arizona about this grant, and we're getting about 3 properties a week nominated right now. And there's only money for about 30 to 40 phase 1 environmental site assessments, about 20 phase 2s, and about 20 regulated building material surveys. So the money, like I said, is going fast. It won't last until September 30th of 2028. It'll probably only last about 2.5 years and not 4 years. Any questions?
Supervisor Ontiveros?
You said that you have a map of all the brownfield sites?
I have a list.
A list?
Yes.
Those are the ones that you guys have identified. Okay.
That's correct, yeah.
Mhm.
What we do is we look at publicly available information, like EPA does have a database, and the state also has a database of where all the gas stations were in the county. But we also know, for example, of where there are businesses that potentially generated hazardous waste. They have to get a hazardous waste generator ID number. We know where there are buildings that were built prior to 1980, and so those are the buildings that would potentially have asbestos and lead-based paint in them. So we've gone out and we've we've gotten all that information together, and then we've actually gone out and driven the highways in Coconino County to take a look at these properties and see which ones look like they'd be prime for redevelopment. Yeah.
So do you know how like you're soliciting us and
Yeah.
saying, hey, if you know any properties, and it sounds like you know the properties.
You do.
So are you, when you're out driving around, do you stop and knock on the door?
Sometimes there's nobody there. A lot of times there's nobody there. But the other thing that I do intend to do in the near future, like the next couple of weeks, is get together with Tom and probably John Saltonstall and share that list with him and suggest that maybe the county send out some letters to some of the brownfield property owners and just say, hey, because we have letters that we use all the time, all across the state of Arizona, and they're very non-threatening. It just says, hey, Coconino County wanted to let you know that there's a grant out there where you can qualify for a free assessment. It's all voluntary. It's not an enforcement program. It can help you sell your property or get a loan if you're interested in trying to get a bank loan to like renovate a building. Here's the form that you fill out and send in. So that's what we'll be doing to try to get word out to them. And then we'll have a few public meetings as well, where those same people get a flyer and say, come to Flagstaff, for example, on such a night. We're going to have a meeting to talk about this program and answer any questions you've got.
So you send out the flyers, potentially, that's what you
Yes.
guys are talking about. You send out the flyers in a designated area.
Yes.
And then you have like an open house, if you will, and let
That's
them
correct.
know. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would say that even though we have the inventory, about 2/3 of the properties that get assessed with this grant come through word of mouth. They're not off the inventory. So some of the brownfields that are out there are on the inventory, and we do make a conscious effort of contacting those property owners that have those properties. But then there's others that, for whatever reason, maybe they're really old, and so they had a gas station before the state even started regulating gas stations. I mean, the state didn't start regulating gas stations until the 80s. So if you had a gas station on your property in the 60s, for example, it won't show up on anybody's list. You actually have to have somebody who sees the building and says, oh, that was an old gas station, and then gets your address and sends you something. And we do that sometimes when we're out looking at ones that we know EPA and the state have listed as a gas station. If we see another one that's got that same look to it, then we'll write down the address and make sure that they get added. Yeah.
Thank you.
I know you have limited funds, 1.5 million,
Yes.
which you're right, doesn't seem like it's going to go far. So how are they going to select the projects for the 1.5 million? Is it going to be first come, first serve, or is it going to be based on need, or what? How are they going to make that determination?
It's a combination. The properties that get nominated first will have the best shot at getting assessed. But there is something called a Brownfield Advisory Committee, and we asked Tom to help nominate 3 members of the public to sit on the Brownfield Advisory Committee from Coconino County. And their goal is to help prioritize properties for assessment. So if you're talking about a property that would help with economic development, it's going to be one probably in a downtown area and not necessarily way out on a highway someplace on the way to a mine or a power plant that's been shut down. But we get nominations of both of those kinds of properties all the time. And so the Brownfield Advisory Committee will look at all the properties that get nominated, and they're supposed to consider whether or not they will provide economic development or help with economic development, whether or not they will provide a community benefit, whether or not they will help with things like increasing tourism, helping with housing, things like that, that might be important. And then on the basis of what that Brownfield Advisory Committee recommends, we'll proceed with the assessments. And almost every property that gets nominated will be assessed. So far, I think there's 17, a total of 17 properties that have been nominated, and only 2 have the Brownfield Advisory Committee decided were not appropriate. One was a single-family residence, so it did not provide any community benefit. You know, a woman wanted us to test her house for asbestos. Well, we don't. This is mainly commercial property, industrial property, and multifamily housing, not single-family housing. So that was not really a good, wouldn't be a good use of grant funds. The other one was somebody who had a home on a private water system, and he wanted to have the water system tested. Well, there's other funds available that can do that. This is not the right place to look for funding for that kind of thing. So, you know, the Brownfield Advisory Committee has already made some decisions and started to call out some of the properties that are not the best ones for this program. And they'll continue to do that as time goes on, and probably be a little bit more selective as the money gets, you know, begins to diminish.
So are they going to make decisions at the end of a time period and then go back retroactively and give the 1.5 million, or are they doing it as we
They're
move
doing
along?
as we move along.
So
Yeah.
there really is an advantage to be first in line.
There is. Yes.
Thanks. Any other comments, questions? All right, I don't think so. So, but thank you very much, and thanks for the information. We're glad we've got a website. I don't know if this is something maybe we could ask Melissa to get a press release out so we can get it out to the public, but that might be a good way to do it.
I think we have done that publicly, but we will amplify more socials as well and such as well.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dave. Before Jeff Stein jumps in to give an update on the Coconino County's Brownfield project, I just wanted to let the board know that entire process that Dave just talked about, we went through for this site also. So we started with a phase 1 funded through this years ago. I believe Stantec was a consultant on it through NACOG. We did a phase 2 and an ABCA, and we've also partnered with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality on this and EPA Region 9, even before we applied for the grant for this project. So this is many years in the making, and like all good projects, including the Downtown Connection Center, that was a conversation that was probably started a long time ago, 17 years ago. So very similar to our site here. So there is hope, because that building that was constructed on that site is beautiful. It's state of the art. I believe a lot of us were at the ribbon cutting. So we're hoping to have something just as functional on our site here in the coming years. So I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Stein, our senior construction manager, to kind of give a brief update, probably about 10 minutes, on the status of this project next door.
Welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. Supervisor Horstman, board, thanks for the opportunity again to speak about our projects. So that was a great primer, because it really set us up, and we're in the process of following through on one of these grants. Just on the cover sheet here, this is a blueprint of the courthouse from 1924. It's one of the cool things about this project is to understand that county history and like really delve in, and that's been a real privilege to kind of take a deeper dive into that. So the meeting outline here, this is a presentation we gave on September 17th. We had an open house as required by EPA to inform the public on the project. So we'll go through the site history, brownfield studies. The image on the right is the meeting minutes from, I think it's September 22nd, 1891. So was that 134 years ago, almost to the day. And the minutes, they're hard to read, cursive, but that approved the funding for the construction of the first county building, which was the historic jail. So that was approved in 1891, and then the jail was subsequently completed in 1892, first phase of it. So with the site history, the original jail was a small one-story building. You could see on the top image there, constructed a local sandstone that was harvested here out on Route 66. And That was completed in 1892. And then 2 years later, the courthouse was completed, first phase of the courthouse. So lower image shows the historic jail in its original configuration, and then the courthouse before an addition was put on to the east in 1924. So some images here just kind of showing how that site has evolved quite a bit. The parcel was acquired from the railroad, and then originally built in 1892 with additions in the 20s, the 50s, and the 70s. In 2000, the detention facility moved to Sawmill, and the building's been pretty much vacant since that time. The image on the lower right shows what the building looks like today. There was several additions to the historic sandstone structure. It was widened out, and then a second floor was added in 1924 when the courthouse was expanded. So the studies we completed, as Tom had mentioned, a phase 1 funded through EPA, and then a phase 2 targeted brownfield assessment was completed in 2022. And then the final analysis of brownfield cleanup, known as an ABCA, was completed in March 24. And that told us what was in there with respect to the contaminants we needed to remediate, where they're located, exactly what they were, to set the stage for getting this out to bid to complete the remediation. So the image in the top right is shows the asbestos location on one of the floors, pretty prevalent. The contaminants we're looking at are asbestos, lead, and mold. Primarily asbestos is the main one we're going to look to have the remediation. For the lead, we're going to remediate everything in the old historic jail we're going to preserve, and then we'll deal with the lead in the rest of the building during the demolition phase. And we've had that looked at to ensure that it's under the thresholds where it doesn't need to get carted off to a special landfill. So hopefully that demolition can just proceed. On the right is an image of testing in the alleyway between the courthouse and the old jail. There was a diesel tank underground there, so we tested, there's no organic compounds. So basically the remediation would be inside the building envelope.
On that map, can you indicate where the old jail is? I think I can see it in that top left corner.
Is there no pointer? Okay. Yeah.
Top
So,
left, because north is that way.
okay, there we go. Supervisor Vasquez, it's basically this portion of the building right here, this rectangle.
And that's what would be saved if the rest was torn down.
Yeah, so really everything up to like the 1950s construction. So it's the sandstone rectangle shape. And we could see about like 3 sides of that right now from Birch.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
I could talk all day about the history of this building. It's really, really fascinating. And it's been cool to like go through images to, kind of discover the history. So the EPA grant, the funds remediate, the grant funded the identification of what needed to be remediated, and then the exact areas within the building. So the last document was the ABCA, and that's what we used to bid the project. So the project goals are to remediate the environmental conditions, preventing the impeding the redevelopment of the site. We did look at reuse of the sort of non-historic portions of the jail, but the floor plan is very broken up. It's concrete CMU, and it would require a lot of ongoing maintenance and monitoring to reuse that facility in its current footprint. So, per the master plan, we'd be looking at demolishing the non-historic portions of that facility to make way for new development of the site. So the administration of the grant will complete the remediation and allow for reuse of the site. So the next steps are to bid the remediation work. We're finalizing the RFP documents with purchasing and our partners at EPA. We're also needing to clean out a lot of the old jail, so there's some sort of sub-projects associated with getting it ready for the remediation. So we would bid that looking like late fall, winter, and then complete the remediation. I think we're probably looking more like springtime, winter, spring, when we'll have a contractor on board. We'd be back before you all to get that contract approved. And then part of the grant is $573,000 is the grant amount we've got. we do have a portion of that identified for some site reuse planning. So we'd look to engage the community and the board to further develop what that site would look like to be reused. Some images on the left there. There's a chase on the top. It's hard to see, but the old sandstone building is inside of there. So it's kind of encapsulated. And then the cell blocks you can see on the lower right, we would look to remediate the lead on those now and then salvage some of those for possible reuse for an interpretive site or some other type of, interpretive element we could potentially include in a reuse plan. But looking to salvage some of the historic fabric in that portion of the jail. So just to conclude then, we have a website highlighting all this information. So here's the resources. This, of course, is in your packet. And then just would like to open it up to some questions.
I have to make a comment for the history of the jail. I first heard as a kid in Minneapolis, Minnesota, this place called Coconino County, because there was this comic character called Crazy Cat. And of course, Crazy Cat was always throwing bricks and was then getting thrown in the Coconino County Jail. And you need, when we save this, you've got to get some of these Crazy Cat strips. I mean, at the time, George Harriman was the cartoonist. He was probably one of the most broadly syndicated cartoonists in the country. So many people across the country got to know about Coconino County, and he had really stylized pictures of the landscape here in Coconino County. But the jail looked a lot like the one-story jail that you have pictures of here. So just go online, and it would be fun to have a little picture of the Coconino County Jail from Crazy Cat's viewpoint. So anyway, thanks.
That's funny because when Tom was presenting in LA, they asked him if anyone famous was in this jail. And we had some stories that we read in the Platt Klein history of Flagstaff, like, interesting, but we didn't know about Crazy Cat. So we'll do some research.
Any other comments, questions?
No, I did not know that until right
You've
now.
I can't believe that. I've got to go online.
I know.
It was like Coconino. I mean, it was like, I would just think that was the best word in the world, Coconino, So, and it still is one of the best words in the world. So look it up.
We'll do.
Madam Chair, Jeff, when was that picture from? Because none
Pardon
of us
me?
can recognize that.
Yeah.
Edition.
So that appendage off to the southwest there, that was built in the 1950s, and pretty short lived. I think they really regretted it, like after they did it, and it even looks more hideous from like the corner of Birch and San Fran. It's like a large stone facade. So yeah. That was built in the 50s, and then when they did the renovations in the 2000s, they took all that.
For many of us who practice law and that, we remember going through there. It wasn't very picturesque.
Well, thank you for your time.
Tom, could you just briefly outline for the board what you told me about the site replanning process that you touched on there?
Yeah, so just to clarify, Jeff mentioned a few things in there. So the existing, the non-historic portion of the jail, we do not intend to reuse whatsoever. We've done studies to see if we could reuse it, and irregardless of hazardous materials, the way it's constructed is just not, it's not a good reuse for office or for a court building, as the master plan indicates for that site. The reuse planning that we are talking about is that the master plan has identified a 95,000 square foot court structure to be built on that property. We haven't identified how many stories that is. So if it's 4 stories, let's just say, for example, that frees up a lot of that 1/3 of a city block that is currently unprogrammed. So does it become open space? Does it become an expanded lawn like you currently see out in front of the courthouse? Does it become a public gathering space for movies on the square or something close to Heritage Square? So stuff like that. we just don't have an idea about yet. And the public involvement component will be essential. The other thing that we have not clearly identified is the reuse of the historic jail. So what does that actually become? It's just over 3,000 square feet, 2 stories. So it's relatively small, but it is our first building. So we do not have an identified use for that at this point. So that's really what the reuse planning will consider in addition to what we've already approved in our facility master plan. Does that make sense? And I was just looking up Crazy Cat, and AI has some thoughts on it. So I don't know whether or not to believe it, Chair Horseman. The 2Ks, yeah. So so at that, that's the end of our presentation. But if there's any other questions or comments, we're more than happy to hang out.
Any other comments, questions? All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And you know, at when the jail or the old jail, not the historic jail, but when the rest of it goes down, what are you going to do with this space
For the existing
when it's
site, yeah.
demolished? Yes.
Yeah. So the master plan identifies another 95,000 square foot building to be put on there.
That probably won't be coming for a while. So I
Correct.
assume it's going to go down before anything goes up.
We are hoping, and that's a conversation for a future board meeting of that interim use. But thank you for the question.
Do you have any like thoughts? I mean, has anyone thrown anything out at all that we could ponder?
The big one that, well, yeah.
It's a great spot for a grassy knoll. I don't, our
Yeah.
conversation for December 9th is
Yeah.
really to have a conversation about
Yeah.
where are we heading on the facilities master plan?
Mhm.
And that is a site that kicks off a domino effect of the facilities master plan, right? So it's really a conversation of how long before we affect that plan till we put something on that site. So I know I make it in jest about the grassy knoll, but it's a wonderful spot for a downtown lawn to grow in that space and around until we have such time to really affect the master plan.
The courthouse lawn has become such a community hub of a gathering place, and we see so many different events on that lawn. And so we've really seen the value of open space downtown. And so that is a possibility of having it be some sort of open space, whether it's an extension of that lawn, another grassy area, a gathering space, but to not have the abandoned building there and to open that space up and think about the possibilities into the future is really exciting.
I think a lot of our consideration is what is an acceptable interim use that won't cause too much heartbreak when that use goes away for a new justice hub.
Yeah, that's what
Right.
I was thinking. Yeah, because sometimes people get used to, and it's like, what are you doing taking my park away? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking.
So, yeah.
Well, that's for future discussion, but that'll be very interesting. So, all right.
Thank you.
I know it has been a long day, and I bet you can't wait. So we're going to adjourn. Thank you all. Thank you, staff, for your great job. Really appreciate it. And we'll see y'all later.